I'll forget after. of May 2nd, 2023. It's 5:01, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Jack, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Put your hand over your heart, and go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jack. Okay. Roll call. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Present.
Councilmember Cabral.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
Here.
And I am here. And Councilmember James has resigned. Yes. So we are going to, before we get to that, we are going to adjourn to closed session. It's not adjourn to closed session. It's
Recess to closed
recess to
session.
closed session.
Need a motion to recess?
And we will be back shortly.
Motion
a
by
Okay.
Councilmember
Motion by
Cabral.
Cabral, second.
Second.
Second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Well, first, we're going to do closed session report from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There was direction given and no reportable action.
Okay. So no reportable action from the closed session. On to filling of council member vacancy.
Yes,
Do we have any comments?
we do have 2 comments. Would you like to hear the staff report first, or?
Yeah, we usually do hear the staff report first, I guess. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Mayor and council, the item before you tonight addresses the vacancy of city council, the vacancy on city council due to the resignation of Gene James. Council may choose to hold a special election or appoint an individual to fill the unexpired term for Mr. James. If council chooses to hold a special election, the next opportunity to consolidate with the county on an election is March 5th, 2024. The estimated cost to hold a consolidated election with the county is approximately $100,000. Council may also choose to appoint an individual to fill the unexpired term. If council wishes to appoint a council member and desires to invite applicants, council may wish to direct the city clerk to invite San Clemente registered voters to submit letters explaining their interest and qualifications, and schedule a date for council to interview candidates and make an appointment. Persons interested in being considered for appointment must be 18 years of age, reside within the corporate limits of the city of San Clemente, and be registered to vote in the city of San Clemente at their current address. Staff and the city attorney are also exploring a third option with the county where we may be eligible to hold a standalone election, possibly a mail-in ballot election on November 7th. The city held a special election that was a mail-in election back in 2019 after the passing of Mayor Swartz. We're still, again, exploring avenues in that regard. The cost at the time for that mail-in standalone election was $80,000, but we're, again, working with the county to get some additional information on that option.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions of staff? All right. Let's hear the public comments.
First comment is AQ.
AKA Waffle Killer. So I think it's going to be looping. In the years Gene has been on the council, he certainly made himself a notable figure. What set Gene James apart then is that he took criticism even from people like me and turned it into a positive learning outcome. Not only did he turn it into a positive outcome, but he surpassed our expectations. I had an opportunity in walking around businesses with him on Del Mar, and those business owners all knew him. I went to other businesses, and they all knew him as well. One business owner said, "I would do anything for Gene. Being a council member is not just knowing business owners, but actually listening to them and residents, but getting to know the issues that are important to them and advocating on their behalf." He took time to attend the San Clemente Times Friday coffee chats at the Dorothy Visser Senior Center. At this weekly meeting, many longtime residents would meet and discuss the issues facing our town. Many of these people have contributed to our city at various levels for decades and served on commissions, committees, charitable foundations, and some are former city council members, but above all, they all share a love for the city. These are residents that have supported and respected Gene James. He used his time on the council to learn and develop an understanding of San Clemente from these residents. These are people who have shared their wisdom and experience. At times, they even debated certain issues where Gene came to understand the history and events that have shaped our town. I took to heart what Mayor James stated at the loss of San Clemente legend and his dear friend Kenny Nielsen. Mayor Gene James said that he would look forward to his phone calls after every meeting, that Kenny would critique him on what he did wrong, and he would congratulate him on what he did right. For those who don't know who Mr. Nielsen is, he was a longtime resident, a community activist who was involved in many organizations and who dedicated his life to improve our town. When I heard that he was critiquing and congratulating Mayor James on what he did right, it meant so much as this praise was coming from someone who did so much for our town and dearly loved our town as to give Gene his blessing. I bring this up because as a longtime resident myself, we want our city leaders to really love our town. Gene James surely loved and embraced our town with all his heart, and we surely will miss him. I'm sorry that I didn't thank him enough, and thank you, Gene James. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Moore.
And who are the next speakers after that, or that's it?
That's all the
Okay.
cards we have.
Nope, got Aaron.
Lots of them. Yeah. Hi, my name is Linda Moore. My parents moved our family to San Clemente in 1963. I'm an oldie. I am a retired teacher with the last 18 years of my career teaching at Las Palmas Elementary, right here in San Clemente. And really, the only reason I'm here today is to encourage you, our council, to appoint Donna Vidrine to the recently vacated seat on the city council. For those who don't know, Donna ran for city council in the recent election in November. She came within just 23 votes of winning that seat and being elected to the council. It is my opinion that this certainly demonstrates that Donna has the support of a large number of SC voters, and that our voters should be listened to and considered. For those of you who know Donna, she's not here today because she's in France on vacation. That's why I'm speaking for her. You realize that I could go on for quite some time describing the many ways she gives her time to our community. I won't do that. But her work with community groups has honed her skills in problem solving and working cooperatively with others, skills that are so essential to being part of a constructive and successful city council. She is definitely a team player. Okay. Donna also regularly attends our city council meetings. This has helped her to understand the issues facing our city and how the city council works to deal with all those issues. Donna Vidrine, considering all of this, would be a dedicated and effective new member of our city council. So I urge you not to spend precious time and money on a special election, but do appoint Donna Vidrine to be our next city council member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Aaron Washington, followed by Zen Wu.
Hey, good afternoon, council, city manager, city attorney. Aaron Washington. I just wanted to say that if you can't come with a decision on who you're going to pick, I have confidence that the four of you can work together and do what you said you were going to do on the platform that you ran on and get the business of the city done, because we all have one thing in common. We love the city of San Clemente. So I would say definitely don't subject the city to more expenses on a special election. Those like me that want to run, we can run in 2024 and still stay involved. So I just implore you to do that, and hopefully you guys work together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Zen Wu.
Good evening, Councilmember Meyer, Councilmember Cabral, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, and Mayor Duncan. My name is Zen Wu, resident of the city of San Clemente. I'm not here to ask you to appoint me. I'm asking you to appoint someone. Remember, the cost is about $100,000. A number of years ago, the city changed the ordinance to allow the council to appoint someone instead of going into a special election. If we were to have a special election next March, the term is only going to be 8 months. So regardless whom you are going to appoint someone that's most agreeable by you, at least objective by you as a council. I'd like to give you an idea of if you were to, instead of a simple majority, if you were to use a different approach, for example, ranked choice, and that will almost ensure that you will have someone, not absolutely certain, but most likely you will have to, through that process, you will pick someone. Thank you.
That's our final speaker.
Final speaker.
So, any discussion?
I kind of resonate with the comments that have been made. The cost of a special election, I think we should consider. We have a lot of qualified people in our town that are more than capable of serving on this council. I would suggest that we open a time frame within which to receive letters of qualification from candidates, that this council consider the candidates and see if we can come to an agreement. And if not, the election's always available.
Any other
Yeah.
comments?
I think. That's a good point. I think the idea of having an election, the expense of an election is not the right course to proceed on. I think we'll be able to find a suitable candidate among us, and I think we could do it rather quickly. I think there's already a number of people out there that have expressed an interest. I'm sure there's others. I've been telling people, let's see who applies, and we can find the most qualified candidate. And I think that's what I intend to do, and however that process ends up. I guess I may have a question about how we proceed. I mean, I'd like to do this, and if I was going to make a motion, it would be to get the applications by the 9th, which would give us a week. I don't know if people think that's enough time, but I'd be happy to hear your comments. And then hopefully by the meeting on the following meeting, we would, be able, if we put together a special committee to review those applications and then come back from 1 to 3, however this committee decided, based on the resumes, to recommend to the full council for their review and decision.
So you'd have a subcommittee or no?
We could. Since we can't ever talk about this on the outside, I don't know what's appropriate or whether it's even feasible, but.
Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yeah, I'm all for doing some sort of a appointment, seeing what we can come together, if we can find consensus within 60 days. If not, then going with the special election and going down that path, that seems like the reasonable solution. I'm hoping that we can all work together to find someone that would be best qualified. To Victor's, Mr. Cabral's point, I think that if we go down the appointment process, I would want everyone to have equal access of looking at all of the applications.
Yeah, I think everybody, I think everybody would have equal access, but I just threw it out there, and I didn't make a motion because I wanted to have a discussion about all this.
Yeah.
Get the views.
Okay.
But as I understand it, if we have 100 people apply, then we would have to interview 100 people in open session here, and that's what I thought we might be able to avoid if depending on what this council wanted to do.
I wouldn't be opposed to going into a closed session and going through those 100 applicants and then going into a callback from there.
I'm not sure we could go into closed session, but maybe we can.
I don't know.
Get an opinion.
There's no ability to go into closed session to do interviews, if that's the
Yeah,
question.
so I'd like to kind of just sort of focus us in. I agree with what everyone said. I think we've got a council here who's capable of appointing someone. I think we can find a consensus builder. We can find someone who has a fresh look on things and move past some of the divisiveness we've had in the past. And I think we should avoid that cost on our city if we can at all avoid that. I think, one, we can be guided by Laguna Niguel that just did this. They had a 9-day application period. I think that's probably fair.
That's fair.
Still gives us time before the next meeting. And I think we I think we should wait to figure out maybe the rest until we see who applies. It's hard to sort of say, oh, yeah, we're going to do this and that when we don't know really the scope of who might apply. So I think we can probably wait to determine how we're going to vet all the applications that might come in until the next meeting. But I think if we give 9-day application period, we should have enough time to review applications before the next meeting. And then we can see where we go from there in terms of a special meeting or something like that to conduct interviews or do other things. And we just want to make sure that this is an open and transparent process. We want it to be in full view of everyone. We want everyone to be able to interact and engage. So I think we're going to be able to accomplish that. Feel confident in my fellow council members here. So does anybody have a problem with that 9-day application period?
I'm a little bit, I could probably live with it, but I'm a little bit concerned. We just heard formally of Mr. James' resignation last, what was it, Friday, and there were a lot of rumors around town, but it wasn't official, it wasn't formal, and you never know what he would actually do, but apparently he has resigned. I just want to make sure the community has an opportunity to absorb that fact, and for those folks that are really interested in applying, to make application. I mean, we'll have had one edition of the San Clemente Times before that 9-day period is up. What I was thinking about the time frame, I was thinking more like 2 weeks to make sure we really make sure that the community is aware and that the folks that are truly interested apply. I know that there's people eager to apply right now, but I just like to make sure we spread the net wide and that we get as many people as possible. I think the decision-making process can be made fairly quickly once we have those. And if we have 100 applications, I don't know that we'll have that many. I mean, in our elections, we've had up to 10, 12 people running. I don't know that we'll have dozens and dozens of applications, but if we do, I think as a council, we can review those and by a straw vote or a opinion poll among us, quickly whittle that list down to a handful and then be able to make a decision.
I think the issue I have with 2 weeks is that puts the meeting that we would be discussing the applications at 4 weeks from now.
Well, no, not necessarily. I'm thinking if we extend it, let's say to Friday or the 13th, we could have those applications in hand by the meeting of the 16th.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is to be able to discuss the applications at the 16th, so you would say Friday the 12th?
I'd say Friday the 12th by 5 o'clock, and we'll have those through the weekend and be prepared to discuss them on the following Tuesday.
Will we have them by the weekend?
Well, if I may,
We could say 4
San
o'clock.
Clemente Times publishes on Thursday, so we've missed the opportunity to publish this week. If we placed an ad, it would not be in the paper until next Thursday, the 11th. So that does not give applicants much time to turn around their application and letters by the following day. So just wanted to put that out there. We could, of course, always have a special meeting if you wanted to give applicants a couple of extra days. If you did want an ad placed in the San Clemente Times, might be tough to get a good turnaround by the following day, the May 12th.
I'm sort of the opinion that the broader population that has an interest in becoming a city council member already know who they are. And there may be others, I guess there could be. Is that what you're thinking? Is there other people that are just not tuned in to city council that may still have an interest that we're not going to reach?
Sure, we've got 65,000
Yeah.
people in this town. Many of them are exceptionally well qualified to do the job that we're doing.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to eliminate any of those people by rushing to a decision on the handful that are well informed and are eager to achieve this.
I understand that, yeah.
Laura, back to that question. So say we did keep it, close of business on the 12th. You would have a day and a half to apply based on the ad still, but would you be able to compile the applications and get them to us by that Friday evening, I guess, so that we could review, or by Saturday, I guess?
We could by Saturday. I envisioned it being close of business. Actually, we're closed next Friday, so we could
that's another-
potentially work
Closed
and,
next Friday, then Thursday probably.
Right, and
Which is
so-
only 2 days beyond what Victor had suggested. Or, we have 60 days. We don't need to be in that much of a hurry. We could always make sure we have reasonable time and hold a special meeting for purposes of appointment, rather than trying to cram those interviews into a regular council meeting.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is, we want to discuss, I think, our processes and procedures during a regularly scheduled meeting if we can. And so I would like to understand the scope of the applications at our next regular meeting so that we can make some key decisions at that time.
That's reasonable.
And so if we pushed it much further, then we would have to have that meeting where we go over our procedures during a special meeting, and that would limit the amount of people who would be able to observe, probably.
If we receive the applications by the 15th, the following Monday, we could discuss the protocol at our next council meeting.
That's true. We would have time because we would understand the scope of the applications. So we could, we wouldn't have time to go through them in depth, but we'd have an understanding of who's applied, so.
Support that on the 15th of Monday, making that the cutoff date.
By what time? Or in the morning, maybe, so that they might be available that evening, or by close of business?
Noon,
Noon on Monday?
noon on the 15th? Okay, so
gives the clerk time to copy all the resumes, all the 100
Would that
resumes.
be enough time?
sure.
All the
can.
150 resumes, yeah.
We can make it work. So we will place an ad in the San Clemente Times to be published on May 11th, and then we will accept applications until noon.
So they have to be, what, by noon? Personally delivered by noon?
Emailed, well, we can accept email, hand-delivered, or regular mail.
But if they put it in the mail and it doesn't get received until afternoon, then it's not accepted.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's-
So we want
that's-
to make sure that's very clear.
Right, that's the same process we use for commission and committee applications. It's
okay.
5:30, close of business.
Yep. And we always get a few after, so let's just make it as clear as we can, but then people have to try.
And then we've got a budget workshop scheduled for May 23rd, so that's an additional opportunity to meet. And then there's actually a fifth Tuesday in May, so again, an additional opportunity if council wanted to schedule a special meeting. So,
Yeah. I'm hoping that we can get our procedures set and laid out by our next regular meeting, and then we can, when we conduct interviews, it's going to be during a special meeting, because we don't want to burden the regular meetings with that kind of thing, just like we do with commissions and committees. But I just want to make sure that by that mid-May meeting, we understand what we have before us, and we can come to an agreement about what the process should be for vetting those and for making an ultimate decision.
Then I would make a motion that we solicit applications for the appointment to city council. The applications, the letters of qualifications be received by the city clerk no later than noon on Monday, the 15th, and that we agendize at our next meeting the protocol, the process of that selection process.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, no block with the motion, second is N. Meyer. Might I and I'm going to support the motion. For staff, we would like some level of report about our options for vetting and making an ultimate decision. We've heard some suggestions tonight, but I'm sort of guided by our commission and committee process, and I think if we stick with something like that we're familiar with, then I think we can't get into too much trouble, right? So, but I wouldn't mind hearing from staff about kind of any recommendations or on how to conduct that process, maybe past experience, or best practices, or, any other discussion on the motion?
None.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No? Okay, that passes unanimously, 4-0.
okay. Next item on the agenda, update and discussion regarding the slope failure at Casa Romantica. We do have a staff presentation, and we have one speaker so far.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kyle Koger.
Busiest two guys in San Clemente here.
It's job security. I'm going to go through an update over the last week of where we are with this landslide. The geotechnical work, we started drilling soil borings last Tuesday in the parking lot. That hole was caving in due to very sandy soils, so we had to get a different type of drill rig out there today that drilled a new 100-foot hole in the parking lot, and we were able to successfully get all the way down to 100 feet and get some soil data that we'll need going forward. We have, last Thursday, we drilled a different 100-foot hole at the rear of the property, and we installed an inclinometer. We've been taking readings daily on that inclinometer. That's the area between the building and the landslide area, so this is outside of the landslide mass. I'm happy to report that that area is not moving. We're sharing the soil information with OCTA and Metrolink, and as I said, I think I stated last time, we won't be able to install an inclinometer in the landslide mass because it's obviously not safe at this point. As far as slope movement, the landslide area that failed last Thursday is still showing some signs of creep and movement. We've noticed more soil moving against the Reef Gate Building A between yesterday and today. We spent a good bit of time out there yesterday afternoon. Some crew went out there this morning and started clearing some brush and trees and that type of thing, and we've noticed a little bit more soil up against that boring. So down in the north end of the slope is still moving a little bit. The Reef Gate buildings, staff is trying to get the displaced residents back into their homes as soon as we can. City staff videotaped the storm drain and sanitary sewer lines just this afternoon. I think that's the third time we videotaped the lines. They're still all intact, so that's a good thing. Jack Holden, our city building official, and staff met with some of the board members and their plumbing contractor yesterday. In Building A, which is the building down at the bottom of the slope to the west, it was determined that the units can be isolated for gas, water, and electrical, which is critical in order to occupy the unaffected units. If the units can be isolated, it is possible that the red tags for some of the buildings can be removed. Let's see, as I mentioned, more soil had encroached overnight up against Building A. Building B, if the property owner's engineer can verify the stability of the building, the yellow tags can be removed. And Reef Gate's geotechnical and structural engineers need to determine if both buildings are safe enough to inhabit. As far as the Casa Romanica building, the landslide from last Thursday left a 15 to 20-foot vertical face of soil that's under the existing ocean terrace and not too far from the back of the rear building. This is causing some concerns that this material could slough off or erode even further and start undermining the foundation of the back of the Casa Romanica building. We're going to need to look at some remedial work here sometime soon. And that building is currently yellow tagged, so people can, the folks that work there can still go and do some things. We also secured more of the fencing in the back this afternoon just to make it a little bit safer so, somebody doesn't wander off the back of the slope. Regarding OCTA and Metrolink, I actually met with both agencies about an hour ago, and they're working on options to secure the tracks as well. So they're looking at some geotechnical issues, maybe soldier piles to drive at the bottom of the slope to secure their tracks. And they have been running freight trains since Saturday evening. They have about 2 to 4 freight trains that could possibly run through there a day. No passenger trains, and the trains are only going 10 miles an hour through the landslide area. And then I have a few photos. These were actually sent to us by Cameron Cosgrove, who's one of our planning commissioners. I believe he took these with a drone. This shows the ocean terrace, and it shows that vertical wall or face of soil that's right underneath the ocean terrace. It's a very sandy material, so we are concerned that it could start eroding. Next slide, please. And here's the ocean terrace as well, looking to the west. Next slide. Here's the upper slope, so you can kind of see a bowl of where the actual landslide occurred by the open face of dirt. And next slide. And this is just the lower slope, which is actually still creeping closer to the railroad tracks. And that's all I had, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Public Works Director Koger?
Curious, it is a historical building. Are we looking at grants that deal with the historical aspect of this?
I'm looking, I've talked to FEMA a couple of times. It's, when we had the Buena Vista issue a month or 6 weeks ago, those are private properties. I found out that it's actually easier for a public entity to get some of this funding. And just rough order of what it's going to cost the city to fix the slope, secure the back of the building, I'm guessing $7 to $8 million. FEMA could reimburse us 75% of that cost. I don't know anything for sure yet. I've just, that's what I've been hearing.
You also mentioned that the back of the building, you're worried about continual creep in there. We had a little bit of rain today. Do you have a time frame on when we're thinking this creep might settle? Is there any predictive abilities there?
Well, first of all, the rain that's coming here in the next day or two, we're not really concerned. It shouldn't be that much. And the hillside is saturated already, so a little bit more water on the surface is probably not going to do much. I kind of forgot the other part of your question. As far as remedial work, I'd like to get started on it as soon as possible. We still need a little bit more soil data. The boring logs that we took today will help, and we should be able to start design on something more substantial here very soon.
The other concern is this is our second major landslide in a matter of months. Are we concerned with any other areas in San Clemente on the bluffs? Is there any?
Unfortunately, San Clemente has landslides all over the place. I've seen a map from our geotechnical consultant. They've mapped all the ancient landslides throughout the city, and there's a lot. There's just some very poor soils in the city. We've seen them. We've had people call us about slopes. A lot of them are private properties, have minor sloughing. It's nothing to the degree that Casa Romanica has, but I wish I could give you better information, but it is a concern.
Is there anything that the city can do or information to give private citizens on how to prepare along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things like, trying to keep water off your slopes, watch where your drains come out, if they're coming out the toe of the slope, that might erode the slope over time, and then that could cause something. But I think they just need to be vigilant and, check their property and look at things, and if they see something, they can call us and we'll come out and take a look at it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. You said the readings on the inclinometer, is that the right word, are no movement.
No movement.
That's set in a little bit. And the other inclinometer was supposed to be out a ways. We never got that one put in. So really the movement that we're seeing is in the area that's already fallen. And there is no way to measure what how that's moving, but we do know it's moving.
Yes, sir.
And you and I have actually been out there when it's moved, and I think on the first night we were out there together, and we saw the movement on the building. So it will continue to move for how long?
I can't predict that. I'm hoping at some point it becomes stable. It's just not really safe to do any construction work or anything right now, because if it's still moving, you don't want to put people in harm's way.
Yeah. We did meet with the neighboring building, and we thought we might be able to get them into their units and that red tag removed. Any progress made on that?
So, like I had said a little bit earlier, the gas, water, and electrical lines can be separated. That was one of the concerns, that it was kind of acting as one unit. Mm-hmm. Those can be separated, and I believe their plumbing contractor has gone in and tried to separate them out. So it could be, we we could have some units that would operate separate from the others. I am a little concerned about the soil that we saw move from yesterday afternoon till this morning up against the building. But I would like for their geotechnical engineer and structural engineer to take a look at it and tell us their thoughts on it.
Have you met with the fire and rescue people anymore?
I haven't.
I will give you just a little bit of background. I was with them on the night where we walked around the evening of the fall, and I think they were the ones that actually made the recommendation that night that we red tagged the building because of the movement that we actually saw that evening. And I know earlier in the day we had red tagged, or you had red tagged 4 units and yellow tagged 4. And I thought it was, their recommendation was for that night or the following night to red tag the entire building because of that movement. Yesterday, or this morning, I forget when we met yesterday morning, we're trying to get the residents that can be moved back into the building back in as soon as possible. But the only thing I'm concerned about is that evening they were concerned, the fire and rescue was concerned about movement, and we probably should check with them once again to make sure their concerns are alleviated too. But you're the ultimate decision maker.
We're hoping that most of the major movement has already occurred, and it's just going to be minor from here on out. But it's like I said, it's a little hard to tell.
And then the drilling in the front parking lot, I know we drilled 25 feet and found nothing but sand. What have we found now that we've drilled 100 feet?
I think the first 30 to 35 feet was actually almost like beach sand, and then I know they hit clay and silt, further down, but I haven't seen the boring logs from today.
Okay, but there will be a report on what that is, so.
Yes, sir.
All right. Nothing further right now.
Okay, I want to get our regular meeting started here. Just to have one quick question, Kyle. Casa Romantica itself, is there signs that the building is compromised? We know that it's, right now it's the terrace that has been damaged. Are there signs that damage may, and we've talked about sand being under Casa Romantica. I'm sure it's not on caissons like the modern buildings, so do we have some concerns and signs that there might be damage to the Casa Romantica building itself?
Yeah, I think it sits on like 2.5 acres, so it's a very large site, and I think, the part further to the east is certainly safe. There's nothing to worry about. Obviously the Ocean Terrace and the building that's right there at the back, I'm not sure what you call that part of the building. I would probably like to keep people out of that, but as far as the courtyard and buildings further to the east, I don't think they're in any danger.
Okay, so is there a possibility we might be able to open up some of that building?
I believe so.
In the near future? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right.
We do have one speaker.
One speaker, okay, we'll hear the speaker.
AQ?
We have discussion.
Yeah.
I have a presentation really quick. Next one. Okay, great, thank you. Next slide, please. It was devastating to hear the news regarding Casa Romantica, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Victor Cabral because he was there showing, giving a tour to Assemblywoman Lori Davies and Assemblymember Diane Dixon, and they wrote a letter, or Senator Janet Wynn and Assemblymember Lori Davies wrote a letter to Governor Newsom for that, and hopefully we can get that reimbursement from FEMA. Next slide, please. And there's another, that's the email the letter that she had sent to Governor Newsom. Next slide, please. And then I guess this was from the Buena Vista from March 15th, that Senator Janet Wynn and Assemblymember Diane Dixon sent to Governor Newsom declaring the state of emergency for St. Clemente. Next slide, please. And then as the California State Minority Caucus, Senator Janet Wynn sent a letter, as well as Assemblymember Diane Dixon. Next slide, please. And then, of course, Assembly Member, woman Lori Davis, an additional letter in March for the Buena Vista landslide. Next slide, please. And of course, Supervisor Foley wrote in the newsletter regarding Casa Romanta landslide. Next slide, please. So I think everybody's come together. Congressman Mike Levin and Supervisor Foley were at the site, and this was from a newscast from KCAL news reporter Lori Perez, and I guess he wanted more experts to go in and evaluate, but there was already experts there, and it was just by chance, I guess Councilmember Victor Cabral was there giving Coastal Commission leaders a tour of the site. And however, next slide, please. While city council members voted for emergency professional services about geotechnical landslide evaluation at Casa Romantica, Mayor Duncan was in Sacramento. Was he campaigning or was he doing city business? Next slide, please. Of course, he had made some Facebook posts and on Twitter, and our region faces unparalleled risk of landslides. Next slide, please. However, here are some pictures of prior landslides going back to the 1920s. Ole Hansen's residence that slid onto the tracks near Trafalgar in the late 20s, the landslide of 1966, one from January 6, 2011, landslide of Via Balena, and other ones throughout our history. So,
Thank you very much.
prevalent.
All right, any other comments?
No additional
okay.
comments.
Make a motion that we adjourn the special,
Wait, we have
Sorry?
discussion on this potentially?
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things about this. I happened coincidentally to be there with the Coastal Commission. Mark and I were there, I should say. We were giving them a tour of San Clemente sites and troubles in San Clemente. And right after this happened, we were there, and I actually spent until, I think, 10:30 at night, and I want to identify a few of the people that were there that spent all day there. But first I want to say, the first thing that everybody in this city did, and the first concern, was the safety of our residents. And we've talked about that, Chris has talked about that. The priority of this council, the priority of everybody working for the city was, how do we protect anybody on the property, anybody adjacent to the property, anybody running on the railroad through the property. So all the systems went into effect to make sure that citizens were protected. And that wasn't just me, that was everybody in the city and the city council and leadership of this council. So I think that is a priority of the city, and we will continue as we work through this process to make sure that the safety of our residents is of utmost importance. The OCTA and Metrolink did their part. They stepped up to the plate immediately. In fact, they've probably been out there the longest and the most since this took place. We're going to continue to work with both of them to make sure that we get that area solidified, stabilized, because until that area that keeps moving is stabilized, we can't do anything at all to protect Casa Romantica or our neighbors. So the OCTA and what they're doing is the critical component, the linchpin to this whole process, and they are doing their part, and they have stepped up to the plate big time, and I think they will continue to do that. That said, I am concerned a little bit, and I trust them, but we need to verify too that a lot of the commercial trains that are moving through this town, that we are assured that that land is stabilized before they move anything that may be dangerous material, because there's still a little risk, and I'm sure they're assessing it, and I do trust them, but we want to make sure that we don't have a crisis with a train with some kind of chemicals moving through there that would affect the safety and security of our community. And I do believe that's what they're doing, and I would ask our staff here to make sure that we are being protected in that regard. Our neighbors to the right in Reefgate, I just want to give a shout out to Jim Flores, who was there until 10 o'clock at night on the night that the property fell. We were there We actually, Jim and I walked around through the building, took the fire and rescue to places that they hadn't been so that they could see the amount of damage and the amount of pressure that was being put on that adjacent building. In fact, the fire and rescue ultimately decided that night to recommend to our crew that we upgrade from just the 4 red tags and 4 yellow tags to red tagging the entire building. Now, we're in the process now as quickly as we can to undo that if it's safe, but those aren't my decisions. Those are the experts out in the field, the fire and rescue in our city, and I defer to their judgment on that. We also met with the same coalition from the reef yesterday, and we've committed to them to do all we can do to make sure that we can get them back into their building as quickly and as safely as we can. And I think we committed to them to cut down the brush and remove some of the dirt from their platform as quickly as possible. Again, with safety as our ultimate concern. Finally, the bigger project, and this is long-term, is Casa Romantica. I mean, if you look at those photos, and Cameron took most of those photos. I was with them. We went out there and took those photos last week. There's a lot of sand under that building, and I think that's a concern of the expert. I'm not an expert, but there is a lot of work to be done to preserve Casa Romantica. This isn't over with yet, and I think people have to understand that there's still a lot of serious danger of erosion there in the Casa Romantica building, and that we may have to do something in the short term to shore up that wall so that it's not permanently damaged, or that we don't have another massive fall-in of the property there. I'm trying to think of a couple other people that I wanted to thank. Well, I tell you who the fire chief, the police chief was there also until 11 o'clock at night, making sure that people were removed from the building safely, so thanks to him. So it was really the sheriff's, Casa Romantica staff, Amy, who did an extraordinary job that evening, our city team, including Andy and Kyle and Jack and all the rest of that team that were there, the police chief, the reef gate management, OCTA, gas company. If you could see everything in motion that I was seeing, you would be impressed, because all these people came together that same night immediately and took care of the problem. It was like clockwork. So I just want to thank all the staff that were involved, that were able to get that done and protect our citizens. That's it.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we.
Just to put a pigeonhole in that, I mean, because we do want to get on to here, but like, just really, I know this whole council, hearts go out to all of the displaced residents, and we are going to work to try and get them back in. Safety, their safety is of utmost concern. Hats off to the search and rescue folks from Orange County Fire Authority who came out there and did that work. Just an absolutely fantastic job by staff, totally stepping up to help our residents. Feel for Amy and her crew at Casa Romantica as well, though. It's been a really, really difficult time for them. And just so you know, a lot of people are very upset they had their events canceled. So they've had to take a lot of hard conversations from people who may not understand how severe this situation is. So this is going to be an all-of-community effort. It's great to see our county, state, and federal folks all stepping up. It's going to take everybody, because it's going to be a massive project, as Kyle indicated. But it's good to see that we're all working together for a common good, and including MetroLink and our utilities as well. You know, we've had a few of these now, and we're getting better and more responsive every time. So hopefully we don't have any more, but I know we're well prepared for the next one. So great job by Andy, by your team, and Kyle, your team in Public Works. Just really appreciate it. And should we make a motion? We don't need to. Yep.
I would make a motion that we adjourn the special meeting and reconvene the regular meeting scheduled at 6 o'clock, 40 minutes ago.
Okay. Any seconds?
Second.
All right, it's, I think it was Enmeyer. Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer to adjourn to the regular city council meeting that's scheduled to take place today at 6 PM here. Okay. All right. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. And now I will call to order our regular city council meeting for the city of San Clemente of Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, scheduled for 6 PM. It is now almost 6:45. I was just informed, unfortunately, because of our special meeting, our Executive Pastor Matt McGill, I believe, has left the building. Pastor McGill, are you still here? Okay. All right, so we don't have an invocation. Let's move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to call our Employee of the Year, Andy Flores, and is that your family back there? And okay, yeah, please come forward. You're going to be next too, but I'd like to have you lead us in the pledge. Thank you. Come on up. Please place your right hand over your heart and follow Andy as we start here. Oh, yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Roll call, and I'll note that all 4 council members are present. On to special presentations.
Employee Service Awards. City Manager Hall has a brief presentation.
Mayor and Council, this is certainly one of the more fun presentations I get to give, but I did want to let the public as well as the City Council know how we select our Employee of the Year, and some of our core values are listed here on the screen, and it's service with excellence, and you can see that it talks about taking initiative and doing new things in the community and coming up with new ways and more efficient ways to do things. And service with integrity, that's so important. That word integrity, of course, encapsulates so much, and all of the 5 finalists certainly have a lot of integrity. They've added a lot to our organization. And then service with respect. Of course, one of the things we really want to do is make sure that our employees understand that they work for the residents of this community, and they try to offer that service with as much respect as possible. And we just have an entire team full of that. And so certainly coming down with some of these finalists was very, very difficult in selecting our Employee of the Year. But on the next slide, it also points out what we use to select the Employee of the Year. And that is creativity and initiative. The nominee introduced a new idea or procedure. And then the other things that you can see there, courtesy, positivity, teamwork, customer service, and dependability. And just, we're going to show a real quick video that shows all the finalists, and then I'll wrap up in just a second with the Employee of the Year. So if we can play that. These are our service awards for years of service with the city. That's not a misprint. 45 years of service to the community. these 5 finalists were selected by their peers in each department and for the Core Values Award, and so that was really great. We were able to give that at a community gathering of all the employees over at the community center. And from that 5, we selected our Employee of the Year, and that Employee of the Year is here with his family, and that's Andy Flores. And Andy was instrumental in introducing some new software to the organization this year that will make the permitting much easier to process, makes it much more easy to interface, and make it faster for people to process applications in our building department. So since he knows so much more about it than I do, we'll give Andy just a few minutes to explain some of the things he did with this new program that we have in the city that I think is going to be very helpful. And congratulations, you have a great name and you're a great employee. Oh, go up to the mic, yeah.
Should I address forward here? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. So first and foremost, thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to serve this community, and I really do appreciate it. I'm humbled by it. I enjoy the service, and I love serving the city of San Clemente. So this new software program that we have, I think, is going to be instrumental in really streamlining our process in the building division, and really making it easier for members of the community, contractors, and businesses just to really help and increase the efficiency in our processes to streamline. It's not an easy task because, things at times when an old system is in place, it can be archaic and you have to really work with it to get it to that next point. And it's been a bit of a challenge, but a challenge that I've enjoyed working apart and working with the entire city staff and our IT team here. So I'm really honored to do it, and I'm hoping that it'll just get better day by day and be more efficient. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to invite the council up. We'll take a picture with the family, but first I want to say a couple things. One, I had the pleasure, really the honor of going to the Employee Recognition Awards. It was my favorite event I've ever been to because these are the people who make our city so great. I mean, it wasn't that it was just catered by South and Nix. That was also a factor. To see us be able to recognize the dedicated employees like Andy and all the other core values nominees, it's just really, and put it in context, have everybody in a big room together and see that team interacting. It's really just heartening, and we have such a wonderful, great staff that dedicates themselves to making our city so great. It's a city that deserves it, but it's the staff that really makes it the place. And Andy in particular, I mean, look, we have a focus on customer service and wanting to be more kind of interactive with businesses that come in. If you walk in the front entrance like I always do, I always look over and there's Andy. He's got a smile on his face. He's welcoming. He embodies everything we want to do in terms of interacting with our residents and our businesses. So Andy, I'm just, I'm incredibly honored we get to give you this award. You're totally deserving. I cannot thank you enough for all of your service to the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's get a picture of the family.
Next item on the agenda is presentation of proclamation of drowning prevention awareness, and this is a presentation of a proclamation to Orange County Fire Authority Division Chief Shane Mall.
Shane, it's a tradition here. We're celebrating you every meeting now here at our firefighters. Yeah, we had if you remember, I think it was the last meeting, we were giving commendation to the telecommunications folks, the dispatchers who work behind the scenes to, to call firefighters out in an emergency, stay calm and interact with these people in an incredibly challenging job. And here we see another role that our fire authority plays in keeping us safe. They really are on the front end of our public safety program. Having spent a time in my whole career really in Homeland Security, just have a tremendous amount of respect for first responders. And happy again we get to give you this commendation for and recognition really about staying safe in the water, right? We're a beach city, we're a pool city too, and so we really want to focus on that. So the commendation is, whereas drowning is the leading cause of death and disability in California for children under 5 years of age, and whereas for every child who dies from drowning, another 7 receive emergency care for non-fatal submersion injuries, and whereas fatal and non-fatal drowning is a silent event occurring in as little as 2 inches of water, including inflatable swimming pools, spas, bathtubs, the ocean, and any other body of water. And whereas the themes of this year's water safety campaign, Always Watch the Water and Never Swim Alone, gives in-depth information that will be provided by staff on what Orange County residents can do to prevent drowning. And whereas the initiative set forth in the ABCs of Water Safety Program will increase public awareness regarding the proper procedures to prevent this needless tragedy. And whereas the Orange County Fire Authority will be taking this opportunity to increase public awareness about drowning prevention through a robust community outreach campaign. And now, therefore, be it resolved, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim its participation in the Always Watch the Water and Never Swim Alone 2023 campaigns that kick off in this May here and continue to August by encouraging all families, parents, residents, schools, and recreational facilities, as well as businesses and homeowner associations, to become partners in preparedness by increasing their knowledge of proper safety measures in drowning prevention. That was a lot, but this is a really important topic. I want to give you a moment, Shane, to say a few words, but thank you again for your work in keeping our kids safe, keeping our residents safe, given all the water we have around here, and hopefully we'll keep that going. Thank you all for the good work that your firefighters do.
Very much. Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, and City staff. I really appreciate everybody just taking this time as we look into water safety. This is one that's near and dear to my heart, as I spent many years before I wear this uniform as an ocean lifeguard here in San Clemente. So water safety to me is hugely important. There's just a few, this is something we need the whole community to be a part of, because there's a few things we do know. As you mentioned, it's drowning is the leading cause of death of children under 5 years old. You guys have heard that kids will drown without a sound, and that is true, and that is a true statement. And the other one that's really sad is most of these drownings, a majority of them are completely preventable. In my time of riding on fire engines, I unfortunately was on many of these incidents, and these are the ones that as firefighters we can never forget, that we'll always remember. And then obviously for the families and pretty much anybody on site when these happen, it's devastating and life-changing when these happen, especially because they're typically preventable. From my experience talking to people on these incidents, what I've never heard was, I was sitting right there watching the whole thing happen. Typically, it's, oh man, I turned around for 1 second and all of a sudden they were at the bottom of the pool. Or I ran inside to grab a drink, came back out, and they were at the bottom of the pool. They're completely preventable, and there's just a lot of things that we need to do to get better. Unfortunately, in Orange County in 2022, there was 111 drownings. Just here in San Clemente, there was 3, and then this year, we haven't even come into the busy season as we're launching this. There's already been 13 in Orange County with 1 in San Clemente. So we're not immune to it down here, even though we're water people. we need to be even ever more vigilant. And just the one thing we are teaching is the ABCs of water safety is having an active adult supervision when you have people in your pool, in the ocean, community pools, even there's great lifeguards at community pools. But as parents, as everybody, we all need to be actively watching the water. Second is barriers. If you have a fence, there's great fencing. I have it around my pool. We keep it up, especially when we're going to have little ones running around the house, but for the most part, it's up. But when you have those barriers or the alarms on the doors, make sure the gate's closed. We've been on those where, we prop the door open so people could get in and out, or we don't like the alarm. I remember some where the batteries were taken out of the alarm on the door because it's annoying, but those are the ones where parents are devastated, right, because we could have done something. And the last one is classes. The city offers classes. There's classes everywhere for, not only for kids to learn how to swim, which living around here, kids should know how to swim pretty young, but for parents to know how to be water-wise with their families and water-wise when they're down at the beaches. Amazing lifeguard programs, can't say enough about that. I could go on about marine safety, but anyhow, I won't. I'm wearing this patch now. But anyhow, I really appreciate it, Mr. Mayor, and please, everybody, let's do our part to keep this from happening here in San Clemente.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, Sam.
Army Corps of Engineers.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, so
we
just
get-
a
is there a
presentation.
presentation, or-
Yes, correct, it's a presentation. Army Corps of Engineers concerning sand replenishment. This is a presentation by Dolan Chung, the Project Manager Programs and Project Management Division concerning the upcoming San Clemente Sand Nourishment Project.
Thank you. Dolan's going to start the presentation and give you the specifics on the San Clemente Shoreline Project, the sand replenishment that should be starting later this year, and then I'm going to follow it up with a PR communications plan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members and staff. Thank you for inviting me to speak about San Clemente Shoreline Beach Nourishment Project tonight. As you may know, this project has been a long time in the making, and it is critical to your community's coastal resilient efforts. My name is Dolan Chung, and I'm a project manager at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And before we dive into the details of the project and what to expect, let me give you a little bit of context on how the project was authorized. Next slide, please. This slide provides a concise description of the study and authorization of the construction project. Just so you know that the feasibility study and combined environmental impact statement, environmental impact report were completed in 2011. And the project purpose in that study was to provide the most feasible, economically beneficial plan that provides coastal storm damage reduction to the San Clemente shoreline. And the two main objectives were to reduce the potential for storm damages to facilities along the coast and the Lost Sand Rail Corridor, as well as to restore and maintain recreational use along the coast. It's kind of hard to see on this slide, but the little inset slide shows you the study area. So basically, the study area stretched from San Mateo Point, south of here, all the way up north to Dana Point Harbor. And in order to make the analysis, the complete area was broken up into 10 areas, and each area was analyzed for the, you probably can't see the print, but the yellow print designates those areas that were deemed protected versus the red areas are deemed not protected. Obviously, there's some probably variance in terms of the extent of the protection versus non-protection, but the point was that those areas that were protected probably had some level of armor zone protection on the shoreline versus those areas that were deemed non-protected at the time didn't have anything or much of anything in terms of shoreline protection. Ultimately, the feasibility study selected Reach 6 as the area for construction of a protective beach that was centered around the municipal pier. And if we go to the next slide, we can see that the plan was authorized in, this gives you the graphic kind of description a little bit better for the authorized plan. The plan was authorized in the Water Resources Reform and Development Act of 2014. And what the plan entails is the construction of a 50-foot wide beach nourishment project along roughly 3,400 feet of shoreline. And you can see that outlined in red. The dredged volume that will be placed The dredge volume is approximately 250,000 cubic yards. That'll, roughly equate to 200,000 cubic yards actually on the beach. Project's authorized for 8 renourishment cycles over a course of a 50-year lifetime of a federal project. And based upon, our initial calculations, we figured back at that time a roughly average renourishment interval of 6 years. The initial construction first cost is $15 million, with the total periodic nourishment first cost of $114 million. And that's across the entire 50-year life cycle. And then just quickly, you can see the annual costs from an annual basis are $2.64 million versus the annual benefits were $4.12 million. So you do have a positive benefit cost ratio of 2.56, which is some of our federal standards. The next slide, please. So current status is that the Corps and the city signed and executed a project partnership agreement for the initial nourishment construction project in February of 23. We have so far received not only federal funds for the project, but also city funds. And the state grant funds are currently pending receipt from Department of Boating and Waterways. Our current plan is to award the dredging contract through our Portland District West Coast Hopper Dredge annual contract. This is a contract that they do annually to do, rivers up in Washington and Portland area. They don't take the whole calendar year, so we have the capability to add projects on as an option to that, and that we found was a way to configure the project so we could get within the authorization financing caps that were associated with the project. The contract will be awarded as an option in we're expecting late July of this year, with the project to approximately start about November, December is when they'll actually begin construction. Part of the variance in that is due to, the other scheduled locations that the contract is currently dredging up in Washington and, Oregon area, and then the work way down the coast. And then San Clemente will kick off around that November, December timeframe. Obviously, there's a little variance in terms of exactly, when those projects will complete and finish and then move on to the next one. Current finalization of the project on the engineering side is confirming our final environmental commitments, hopefully by the mid-May. And then what we'll do is that'll allow the city to obtain a state lands lease at the June commission meeting. Next slide, please. Next slide, just quickly, this will show you the milestone schedule in terms of where we were, how we've progressed, and some of the bullets I'd previously mentioned earlier. We did finalize the plans and specs in December of 22. We finalized the PPA again in February this year. Submitted those plans and specs to Portland District for the advertisement in January. We advertised the contract in February, and we did the bid opening in April, and that was for the base and the options. So we're hoping that once we get the environmental documents and the state lands lease completed in June, then we'll go ahead and award the contract in July with the dredging window. Approximately, we do have a window of September to March, and that's due to grunion spawning season where we would have to cease in March. We're looking to start, again, November, December timeframe. So we do have also a bit of wriggle room in there as well, because we're expecting about 35 days or so of dredging based upon at least the design documents. Next slide, please. This will give you a little a plan view of the project area as it relates to the pier. So you can see obviously the pier sticking out, and it kind of gives you the elevations for the design, and then the little cross-hatched area that's a little bit darker above the pier to the left. That's the approximate staging area that we have for the contractor, where he can put some trailers and then some additional supplies and potentially equipment. We will be maintaining a corridor for traffic to go in and out, so you still have access to the marine building there further to the left. And then right next to the pier, you won't see it on this slide, but the next, I think I have subsequent slides, it shows a little bit better. Well, you'll have a pipeline corridor going through there. Next slide, please. The project design, what's important about this slide is this gives you a typical cross-section of what the beach nourishment project will look like. So basically offset from seaward of the rail alignment on the far right-hand side, then you'll have a varying width of, the existing shoreline. And then roughly we'll be placing down actually 75 feet width of beach and then down to approximately a 1 to 10 slope. The 75, we will be placing 75 feet with an end result of a 50-foot wide beach, because what we have is we have an additional 25 feet of what's called overbuild. And the idea of that is that overbuild is accommodate a thing called equilibration. What will happen is quickly that area will equalize to fill out the natural slope of the surrounding area as it moves, as it's placed south on the beach. So that's kind of the idea behind it, because obviously if we just built 50 feet, which is a project design, you'd have that equilibration, and then you'd only have 25 feet of actual usable beach very quickly. So that's part of how that will be built out. Next slide, please. This will be quickly talk about a little bit in terms of access control and safety and what to expect when we're actually out there. So there will be equipment moving on the beach to obviously move the sand once it's discharged to the pipeline onto the beach. There will be spotter at all times, an active discharge area to make sure that people aren't injured. We'll also have temporary construction fencing around the discharge area. We will have a maximum of 1,000-foot access control area, but obviously to prevent, to make operations efficiency as most efficient as possible, that 1,000 feet isn't exactly centered around where they're going to be working. So what will happen is they'll obviously center off a 1,000-foot area, work within those boundaries safely, and then eventually once they've finished, 80% of that area somewhat, they'll start moving those fences down. But we don't dictate kind of how they do that, but that's roughly that what we're expecting that they would be working. There also will be temporary perpendicular berms on either side of the discharge area. So what I'll do is that'll deter pedestrians from entering the area, and then you'll also see berms further offshore from the shoreline, and that would be to maximize containment of the sediment as it's discharged onto the beach. Currently, the way it's configured is that the project won't impede public access to the pier, so people will be able to still access the pier, look out, and then also utilize businesses in that area. We will have shore operations. The shore operations are restricted to daylight hours, Monday through Sunday. We will have dredging happening 24/7 because that's most efficient for the dredge operations. But what we want to do is we want to try and maximize shore operations as much as possible, so in that way there is less sediment that is lost, while we don't have shore operations. Next slide, please. The next slide will show you kind of the view of the pipeline corridor. So the yellow line is kind of the center line of the white boxed area where we've indicated where the contractor is able to place this pipeline. We think that's probably the best area because obviously it avoids a majority of the offshore aquatic reefs, Wheeler North Reef, and then also avoids also the T Street Reef as well. And then on the next slide, please. This will give you kind of a little bit of an idea of what to expect. So the bottom right-hand corner kind of shows you what a hopper dredge looks like. That's basically a big ship that splits its hull open. Those are called the hoppers. And then what it drops is it drops what's called a trailing arm with the suction head at the bottom. So it'll drop that arm down onto the sand at the borrow pit area. And then it'll, basically close its hull and then start pumping sediment and water into the hull of the ship. And then you'll get some overflow going over once it's full, so that way you can maximize the amount of sand that is in the ship before it comes back. And then what it'll do is it'll come back from Oceanside, which is about 18 miles. It'll connect to a buoy where the discharge pipe is, and then it'll pump that on shore. So the actual pipe itself will actually be sitting on the sea floor until it all the way comes up onto the beach, and then will most likely, go laterally either north and south, depending upon where they're going to be discharging sand to build up the beach profile. Also, what you expect to see is there should be, when the pipe is up on the beach, there'll be ramps built up, sand ramps built up on the pipe at the 300-foot intervals. So that'll allow the actual moving equipment access to both sides of the pipe. And then you should also expect that the pipe will be probably either steel or high-density polyethylene. It's just big pipe. If there's some questions on what the pipe looks like, I have some slides afterwards that I could show you. But this ends my presentation for this evening. Thank you again for inviting me to speak to you tonight, and I'll turn it back over to Kyle.
All right, thank you, Dolan. Appreciate it. 20 years in the making. A lot of resident work went into this, so appreciate you guys being part of that. Do we have
Are we going to do questions or both presentations?
Sure. I think we can do questions for either one.
I was going to run through the
He has a
communications plan real
presentation,
quick,
though,
if that's
so-
okay, and then we'll take questions.
Yeah.
So the city has some information on their website right now, and we're going to update it with tonight's slide and some other stuff as we get closer. The Corps also has some information on their website as well. As we get a little bit closer to starting the project, which we think is going to be November at this point, we'll start putting out information on social media. We also have a notification system that citizens that are signed up for that, they can receive information as well. We're also looking, maybe around September, putting up some message boards near the pier, maybe off the beach trail, your tax dollars at work, to kind of talk a little bit more about the project, so just so people are knowing that it's coming. And that's all I had, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah.
I have some questions. Yeah, I have some questions, yeah. I'll start with, I could start on the communications, but I'll start with the Army Corps. We had the opportunity, one of our beach subcommittees, to meet with the Army Corps and the Coastal Commission about, it's been 2 weeks now. Tim and Corey, I think, I don't know if they work with you. You might have even been on the call, but we asked them a lot of questions about the scope of the project. It's a 20-year project, but the questions we had speculated about were, is it easy, hard to change this project? If you wanted to move, put more sand 50 feet down, is that possible? Or this seemed, and I'll tell you the answer we got is that this project is set in stone pretty much, and that any modification, you start the 20-year process over. Is that pretty accurate?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to the call with Save Our...
Yes, Save Our Beach, yeah.
Yes, so, I was on the call.
Okay.
And that's generally the condition that we have is that... Just be clear. Yeah, sorry. So, in general, you wouldn't want to try to change the project, because then what ends up happening is that open up a reevaluation, and that reevaluation could eventually jeopardize the existing project you have.
Yeah.
So, we would strongly suggest that you don't want to go down that route in terms of changing this project.
We got that message loud and clear, and I just wanted to reconfirm that, and again, this is the committee thinking out loud is, can we do it more frequently? You talked about the number of years, but you guys are the experts, you know what you're doing, so we're happy that after 20 years it's getting done, and we'll leave it alone at that. The other thing I had is, the other question I had, you say the project will likely, because of the timing of equipment, November, December. Does the time of year that we lay the sand down matter? Because the weather is much different in December, in December than in March 2024. We have a lot worse weather, a lot more waves. How do you account for all that?
Yeah, so it will be weather dependent, obviously.
okay.
Because especially if you do have, strong storms or strong surf, it makes retaining the discharge sediment more difficult for the shore operations. In terms of the hopper dredge, obviously, if he's seeing large waves and large swells in the borrow pit area, that may cause problems in terms of him being more efficient in terms of his yield with dredging, because he can't keep the drag head, down on the sand often enough, or is pulling up too much water. So, obviously, we would have preferred, scheduling-wise, to not have to do November, December timeframe. However, we are constrained by, unfortunately, because of scheduling, we couldn't do, immediately in September because of the other projects further north of us. And we do have the Grunion window where we can't push it, later into the winter season, because then we bump up against a Grunion spawning season where we would have to do a number of additional measures in terms of monitoring that would make the project more expensive.
Okay. The public relations aspect, I think we had asked, and maybe you can help with this also, with most projects, federal, state, local, we have a campaign, where we let the residents know what's happening, how their tax money is being spent. This is a big project for the federal government. Is there an effort to notify people about what's coming up from your organization, or is this something that we should take responsibility for? People will be very excited about this, but we're trying to develop a campaign to let people know over the next, a 4-month period that this is coming, sand is coming, and set their expectations properly. We may even have booths by the pier at all our events that we have throughout the years. We could start educating people. Can you help us understand what our role is and what your role is in that, if any, and how we could help in that?
Sure. So typically, for cost-shared projects, we rely on the local sponsor to do the PR. And part of the reason is that by certain authority that we're somewhat forbidden in terms of allowing to spend, congressional authorized funds for a construction project for, public relations, information, other things like that. We do provide information in terms of safety, what's going on, where we are on the project, and those sort of notifications. But in terms of actually, forward warning and public relations, we do rely on the local sponsor for that.
Thank you for that. And then maybe you can answer more about, what we have planned or what effort we will roll out over the next 4 or 5 months before the project is released to let the public know what we're doing.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we do have some information on our website that we'll update. We will put stuff out on social media. We do have notification systems where we can push information out to citizens that are signed up for the service. And we will put out some message boards at the beach, letting people know that this project's coming up and a little bit about it.
Yeah. I would like to see a little bit more than that done, and maybe we could create a plan to work with, the many organizations we have in this town that will volunteer to, sit at booths to educate the public about what's going on, because I think that the public really wants to know what's going to happen, and I think we have an obligation to let them know, and it's a real public affairs, public relations effort that has to be executed. And I'd like us to think about that.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's put Don Brown in a booth down there and educate him.
He would do it.
Mark, do you have any comments
Yes, I had just a couple questions.
or questions?
So I know that this next one set in stone, it's done. I'm wondering about the one 6 years from now. Is there any way to modify that to include areas such as the State Beach or the North Beach area to include that scope? Or is this set in stone from now for the next 50 years?
It's pretty much set in stone for the next 50 years. It's basically, they define that the area that's chosen for the project, had the most economic benefit based upon the cost, which is, according to federal regulation. And essentially, the renourishment cycles are to ensure that we have, some sort of beach there that represents the benefit over the 50-year life of a typical, federal project for us.
And then, is there any models where you see that sand moving north or south based on current sand placement and sand movement on currents and waves and other things? Do we suspect that that sand will move south? Do we suspect that it will move north, or is it just going to stay there?
Yeah, so in our opinion, the general migration of the sand net is from a north to south position. So what you should see is that what we would expect is that, if you take measurement, discrete measurements, you might see some swirling and things like that. But in general, over a long period of time, the net migration should be from north to south. So as the area starts to potentially, I guess, erode again and go further south, you should see some of the south beaches picking up some of that material as well, as it migrates down. Now, obviously, it's not going to move in one, 50-foot, 300-foot wide chunk, and maybe less noticeable. But, if you're part, I can't remember if you're part of the sand egg surveys or not, if you've got some transects that run along here. Okay. So, as long as sand egg keeps doing that project with those transects over the years, or over the 50 years of the project, you should be able to see how that sand migrates and changes from those transects, and then the effect of, the renourishment cycles on that as well.
I wanted to state one other thing. With all the rain that we've had, I think we're going to have more sand on our beaches this summer. There's a lot of sediment that got transported into the water, so I'm hoping we're going to have a lot more, even before this project starts.
Great. One last question. We a little bit on money. We have, lost the lights.
The bill.
We have, this is all paid for. We're good to go for this first year, this initial one. Is any idea how much the federal government will be paying for the next one in 6 years, and what the city will be responsible for?
Yeah, so we do have a cost estimate for each renourishment cycle, currently based upon, 2021 price levels. So our typical process works that what we will do is once the initial nourishment project is complete, what we'll do is we'll do some routine monitoring and monitor the shoreline. And at some point where we think that we'll want to start doing the next renourishment cycle, that's when we'll start looking to at least putting it in our budget to try and get that. What that cost is at that time, in those dollars, we don't know yet. But what we do have is we will have every 2 years, we're required to do an updated cost estimate, and then every 3 years, we'll be required to do an updated economics benefit analysis as well. So as that goes along, obviously, we'll stay in touch with the city and Kyle and your office in terms of when we think we might want to do the next cycle, what those costs are, and then that's when, once we get that budgeted, we would enter into another PPA, similar to what we did earlier this year, which would be for the next renourishment cycle.
And do you have any idea, a percentage of how much the city would be responsible for in that next nourishment project?
50-50.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I share Mr. Cabral's concern about the timing on the moving of the sand in the middle of the winter months when the wave activity is highest and when we have the most beach erosion. That's concerning, but it sounds like we can't do anything about that timing. But I had a question, I think it was on slide 7, where you mentioned that there were 2 berms that were set in place to catch the sand. It sounded like the second berm was offshore. Does that mean it's offshore in the water? Or is it on the beach?
Yeah, not necessarily offshore. I think if you can advance maybe a couple slides. Let's see. One, go to the next one. Here's one. There you go. So here's where you see.
The second berm?
Yeah, the second berm is that berm that's parallel to the I guess the waves. So that would be, and then when I mentioned the perpendicular berm, that would be that guy right there.
Okay, all right. So that normally is underwater right now, is that right? That second berm, that's the wet one? That geographical area would be currently where they're, no, it looks like that's part of the existing beach, is that right?
Yes, that's part of it. So what they'll do is they'll pump water on shore, and they'll have they'll basically have it knocked off like that, kind of like a three-sided box. And what they'll want to do is they'll have this berm built in order to try and retain as much sand as possible as the water
So it
sloughs
doesn't
off
blow
and
out.
goes back into the
Okay.
ocean. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to just ask, I have, there's been a very conscientious and well-informed public servant that has suggested that dredging existing sand from off of our present beach back onto the beach would be a beneficial project. In your experience, has the Army Corps of Engineers worked on projects where local sand that's moved off of the beaches, once it's tested for sand quality and impact on marine biology and no kelp fields and so forth, have you been involved in projects to simply blow the sand back up onto the beach?
I'm not sure what you're meaning by that.
Well, it's
exactly.
basically taking the dredging sucking arm that sucks the sand off the ocean bottom, puts it onto a dredger, and then pumps it onto the sand. What I'm saying is, have you been involved in any projects where that dredger has gone not to Oceanside, but to our existing, to the existing shoreline, and taken the sand and simply blown it up, rainbowed it, or blown it up on a pipe onto the beach?
I've never run across that before.
Has the Army Corps of Engineers, to your knowledge,
Yeah,
worked on
yeah,
projects like
so,
that?
I have not. Some projects, on the East Coast might have.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. In your professional opinion, if a project was recommended in Southern California that had quality sand, similar to the beach sand, and it didn't impact the marine biology or kelp fields, would the Army Corps of Engineers position be supportive of an endeavor of that nature?
I would think that we would be supportive, but we can't, as an agency, we can't lobby for a project. Again,
No,
Congress.
I understand. It's been suggested, and the response has consistently been, too many environmental issues, we're going another path. I just wondered what your thoughts were on a project of that nature.
Yeah, so, I'm a positive person, so I think, any project is doable, and kind of depend, with the caveat being that, well, it kind of depends upon, obviously where it is and what you're gonna run into. I do have to admit that, things are getting tougher as, time goes on in terms of, getting past environmental regulations and environmental hurdles. The coastal area, in my opinion, I've worked on projects, coastal, non-coastal. In my opinion, coastal projects bring a particular sensitivity around those projects, and California as well, being, being more progressive and more environmentally conscious. California projects tend to be a lot more costly and a lot more intricate and complex than, other Army Corps projects.
I
outside of
understand, and I
California.
don't disagree with that sentiment, but I like your philosophy and your positive attitude. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Oh, one more question from
Yeah,
Councilor
I have one more question. Yeah. Looking at the photo there, when you place the sand down, and this is just to set expectations, that sand at that depth of the beach doesn't stay there necessarily. And the public, when you lay down, 30 feet, 40 feet of sand, their expectation is, we lost half of it, or we lost a good percentage of it. We're going to lose a good percentage of it, I expect. Would you agree, or are you going to guarantee it stays there forever?
I definitely can't guarantee it's going to stay there forever. So the project is specified where we're going to build, we're going to try to build a 50-foot beach, 3,400 feet long. The challenge will be the economics and how much runoff we get, of whether that would be achievable based upon, the costs, the amount of funding that we have.
Okay.
We're hoping so, and part of what we've, our engineers tried to design is accommodate an estimate on those losses into that design. So that's where I think if some of you were around earlier, in some communications, it was listed as 250,000 cubic yards versus 200,000 cubic yards. And that's where here today, I want to try to make that distinction. And it was the way our engineers tried to design the project versus, and actually do the measurement and payment from a contractual perspective versus how the project was authorized. So it's really, the amount of quantity that fits that template is 200,000 cubic yards of sand on the beach. But in reality, to get that much on, we estimate from losses and things like that, the dredger's going to have to dredge probably 250,000 cubic yards.
All right, so maybe our attorney can get a 10-year guarantee at least. No, thank you very much. We're all excited about the project. The whole community is excited about the project, and it's been 20 years in coming, and so we're going to do whatever we can to support you and let the public know about what's going to happen and set their expectations. So thank you for being here.
Well, they're paying for it, so I don't think we're in a position to demand anything right now. Dolan, thank you very much. Looking forward to the signing on Thursday. I'll see you there, and we're can't wait to see this go forward. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next item on the agenda is oral communications.
By the way, Mr. Mayor, that very conscientious and well-informed public servant will remain nameless, but I was tongue-in-cheek because that was obviously me. That was.
Yes, of course. Yes. Very
Actually,
conscientious
I
public
was.
servant. Yes, how many comments?
Mayor, I apologize. I was just handed a card for sand replenishment.
Oh,
So I just received it now for Dawn Brown.
all right.
Dawn, oh, there's Dawn.
Good evening, City Council, and thank you, Army Corps. I was on the Planning Commission from 2010 to 2010 through 2021, and the Coastal Advisory Committee from 2010 to 2015, and chairman of the Coastal Advisory Committee in 2015 when we went through the original Army Corps of Engineers study and the reaches and the areas and the cost-benefit analysis. And he's right, we're pretty well locked into what we get and how we get it. I do have a concern, SO16 is your borrow site. Did he leave already? Which is down in Oceanside, it's 18 miles away. It's the closest site, borrow site they would identify. The mother lode has always been Mission Bay. There's always been a concern of the quality of sand out of SO16 and Oceanside. My question would be for the Corps to make sure we get good quality sand out of that borrow site, out of SO16 rather than SO8 and 6 down in Mission Bay. And so are we going to get good screening for SCAM when we borrow sand from Santa Ana Riverbed? The first time we didn't screen it, and we got a lot of rock. And second time we did put screen in it, and we put it at North Beach, and of course, we had a great November storm, and we lost almost all of it out of North Beach overnight, so everybody has to be patient. But the concern, once again, is that borrow site, it's the closest one away. That drives, it's about a 40-mile round trip for the dredge. That's why they went to it, but there was always a concern from Kenny Nielsen and all the guys and the original guys in Coastal Advisory of the quality of that site. So I want to make sure, as you sit down with the Corps going forward, are we going to screen it coming off, or are we just going to pump a lot of rock onto the beach? And so there's a concern about that borrow site. So I thought I'd mention that. But once again, it's pretty well locked in, the cost-benefit analysis that required. The only reach that made it, which is the area you see, you need a 3-to-1 cost-benefit ratio. We made it with 2.99998. The beach train got us there. That comes every summer. About 1,600 people a weekend get off that beach train, and that was the impetus that pushed us over the line for the cost-benefit analysis required by federal law. So we're right on the husp. You can't fix a lot. Can we change a borrow site going forward? And for sanding number 2, who knows? Sandag has done several sandings. We should look for them for the next second sanding. Economy of scale. Their first sanding lasted Their second standing got washed away in about a year, so Mother Nature's always in play. So everybody be patient.
Thank you, Don.
And we have Tim Brown also.
Okay.
Did Kyle leave?
Kyle is left building to it.
Mayor and Council, thank you. And Don, excellent comments. Questions were great for the Army Corps of Engineers. It would be tremendous to get a copy of that presentation. See if that's available for us to be able to share with residents, people that are interested. Some of the pictures there were phenomenal in terms of modeling what the beach will feel like. A couple of questions that came up, at least in my mind when they're looking at that, is an interesting component of that is, what he's talking about it is, will we be victims of our own success? Let's say we do retain 50% of the sand at this year 6 of the replenishment cycle. Will the subsequent replenishment be diminished by half because we retain the sand? Or will we get a full $250,000 cubic yards that'll be placed on the beaches from that point? So will future sand replenishment projects be in the totality based on the volume of sand that's promised, or it will be simply be to bring it back to 50 feet? That would be an interesting question, and one we would probably want to vet out in the future with the Army Corps of Engineers. Second component that he said, which is a valuable thing, see, when I was placed on council, this project had already been in the works for almost, I think it was 8 years at that point, and had already been kind of in process with a lot of pre-work and other items. I didn't hear anything that precluded a concurrent application process. If, for example, we see value in sand replenishment at T Street, could we run a concurrent replenishment project for the beaches farther south or north, or do independent type of thing, perhaps even something with the state of California or County of Orange that we could look at future replenishment projects? And so if there is a concurrent track, they were very definitive about messing with federal dollars. So that, now it's radioactive, we're never going to touch it. By the way, saying that with San Onofre here is probably a little, improper, but it sounds like that wouldn't be touchable, and so maybe we should look at vetting out what a concurrent application would be. Because if we start that now, candidly, we get the benefit in 15 to 20 years, especially knowing that we're now getting good lobbyists. Can we bring that down a little bit? And so I would say that the council would definitely want to explore that idea, because the $250,000 cubic yards was done at a time when our beaches had enormous, relatively speaking, had a lot of sand on it. When this started in 2002 to 2008, Steve was on council, it wasn't quite as dramatic as it is now. Now it feels like 250,000 cubic yards of sand isn't quite enough. And so I think it's worthwhile, if we want to have the same foresight that council had in 2002 and 4 and 6, is to maybe initiate that process and start exploring what a concurrent replenishment project would look like, or exploring through our supervisors or assembly what a California-based beach replenishment project would look and feel like. If it's going to take 20 years, well, maybe we should start working on our own local homegrown project. Thanks, council.
Thank you. Now oral communications?
Now oral
Okay.
communications.
All right, how many cards do we have?
We have just 5 cards, 5 speakers.
Okay.
John Machuzik, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Mickey Rathman.
Good evening. My name is John Machuzik. My wife Cindy and I are one of the 3 owners of a 3-unit condo property located at 255 La Paloma, pictured on the left. I'm representing our owners this evening. The property is north of the Linda Lane pumping station, above the southern entry to the Beach Trail Mariposa Bridge. Pictured on the right is the bluff on our property after 2 recent landslides this past month. Next slide, please. After significant rainfalls in December 2011, we had a landslide on our bluff that reached the beach trail. We immediately hired Kevin Colson and LGC Geotechnical to do an updated bluff assessment for us and to develop a proactive remediation plan to protect our bluff and property. Along with LGC at that time, we dealt with the city planner and his associates for over a year in discussing the subject. In the end, we were told, 1, there's nothing the city could do to assist us because it wasn't an emergency. 2, any action would require the involvement of the Coastal Commission, which wasn't a surprise to us, we knew that. I asked for a written definition at that time of an emergency, and I was told, we don't have a written definition that we can share with you, but we know what an emergency is when we see one. Bottom line, we received no support from the city to address what we knew was a situation that sooner or later would get worse, and now it has. For the past few years, we've inquired numerous times about addressing our bluff situation. I've been consistently told the city is updating our local coastal program, or LCP, and if approved by the Coastal Commission, it grants the city permitting authority in the coastal zone. And it would be in our best interest to wait until that's done to address our bluff. I've been waiting 4 years with no idea if and when that process will be completed or if the Coastal Commission will approve it. It's been a very frustrating 11 years as a San Clemente resident and taxpayer. Over that time, it's been obvious to me that the bluff failure issue has not been a priority for the city of San Clemente, and the city has neither the professional resources on staff nor a formalized plan to work with residents to address this issue. On March 15th and April 9th, we had 2 landslides on our property. Mark, to your point, yes, there are more. We knew it was going to happen sooner or later, and it did. Next slide, please. We've tried for 11 years to be proactive in addressing our bluff integrity and protecting our property with no help from the city. We're very encouraged that the new city council and city manager have been visible in addressing the most recent bluff failures as emergencies. We've seen the actions taken in Cypress Shores, the bluff failure above the city-owned Linda Lane pumping station, the North Beach properties, and most recently the bluff failures at the beloved city-owned Casa Romanica. We fully agree and appreciate these landslides being designated as emergencies. I'm not here asking for any money. We believe the last 2 recent landslides affecting our property at 255 La Paloma are also an emergency. And I appeal to you, Mayor Duncan, council members, and the city's staff
Sorry,
to
your
help us.
time is up. Sorry, sir, your time is up. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Lois McNichol, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Jim Sands.
Hi. The first thing I would like to bring to your attention is the fact that City Council needs to be very aware and has to be doing something to stop SCA2 at the state level, because they are trying to take away any community voice in having low-income housing and where it should be in that community. And even the city council would have no voice. It would all be done at the state level. And that's currently going through the state legislature. That's one. Housing first. That's as stupid, as ridiculous as cars first. You don't give a car to a teenager who's had no driver's training, no license, no insurance, and say, here you go ahead, get a job. Because these same people who you are giving housing first to, without an income or stabilization of their drug or mental problems, are going to lose that housing and become even more depressed. With the billions of dollars that California has spent on homeless, I'd say they have not really figured it out, and it's been an abysmal failure because homelessness has increased dramatically. But I would also like to make one other key point. Homeless are not vagrants. Vagrants commit criminal acts. And we have many of them still, and I was very happy to hear about public safety being addressed at our last city council meeting. But I would like to say one more thing about the homeless, because I used to be a homeless supervisor. I dealt with them every single day with the Department of Public Social Services. That was my job. And I can tell you that when I left, there were literally 1,000 people a year dying in the streets of LA and San Francisco that refused services. And they would, basically, they're trying to get a law, they have a law that will allow them to pick them up and take them away and put them in shelter and put them in hospitals where they can finally get the help that they need. But they had to pass a specific law for that because they already had a law saying they couldn't.
Your time is up. Appreciate it. All right.
Mickey Rathman, followed by Jim Sands, followed by Brian Dempsey.
Good evening, council, mayor, friends, and neighbors. I'm Mickey Rathman, a local resident and downtown business owner. And tonight I'm here to remind the council that the Green Line trial that we are having for the San Clemente trolley does end this month, so that we have been running a test which during the off-season and a very rainy and cool off-season has seen exceptional ridership. So I know that dollars and cents are very important to think about, and there isn't necessarily an immediate plan and 2 trolleys just, available in the hopper to extend that Green Line on June 1st. So I'm hoping that the council can look proactively about ways to potentially extend the trial of the Green Line by maybe borrowing some trolleys from La Paz, the operator of that service, so that there is a way for us to keep the Green Line running during our busy summer months when the sun is out, and leading into the incredibly fun citywide when WSL is here. And there's quite a lot of additional activity in the southern part of our city. The downtown businesses really appreciate having the ability to have a trolley that services the largest camping area in our community, as well as the largest area of concentration of hotels. Downtown parking is always an issue, but with the outdoor dining decks that we currently have in place through the end of the year, it is impacted. And being able to have that Green Line trolley running to service our southern community visitors and residents has been so helpful and so appreciated. So if there's anything that the Downtown Business Association can do to help, or business owners like myself, we're happy to. But I just really encourage the council to please look forward to seeing if we can extend that beyond May 31st. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Sands, and then our final speaker is Brian Dempsey.
Good evening, Mayor, council staff. Jim Sands recently bought a home in Brisa del Mar, which is in Rancho San Clemente neighborhood. As we moved in, I live on Via Visalia. There's been a recent, motion approved or some work approved from the striping and a 3-way stop at what would be, I'm going to get this wrong, but I think Vista, Montana. And my concern is, so it's at the top of the hill. You get a lot of traffic from the businesses. The concern is if you look on a map where they're going to put that 3-way stop, when you're headed east, coming up the hill, and you get to that where they're going to put that stop sign. If you've ever been out there from between 7 to 9 o'clock in the morning, it's a super highway, and then the same thing in the evening. The concern is that a resident that lives in Brisa del Mar, I'm just to the west of that stop sign. That's going to back traffic all the way back up, and whenever we're leaving to go west down the hill, right to Pico, when I come out of there in the morning, it's going to create a line of sight issue to cross 2 lanes of traffic. Right, and it's also going to back traffic up both ways. So all this came about as I called the transportation engineer today, Mr. Kim, I believe it's Ryan Kim, and I just said, hey, I just expressing concern. I wasn't here for the comment period. I completely support why they want to put a stop sign in there, but there's an unintended consequence that I don't believe Mr. Kim or that group did their due diligence to study what that unintended consequence is. Now it's going to just push a dangerous intersection further to the west and create people coming out of my development to cross both lanes of traffic, whereas the original reason was for people coming out and heading west out of that, I believe it's Calle Sol. So not sure if this is the right venue. I was told, hey, how'd I elevate this? I was told, come to the city council meeting, so here I am. Hopefully it's being elevated. Happy to talk to somebody offline. So thank you for your time.
All right, appreciate that. Thank you.
Brian Dempsey, final speaker.
Good evening. First, I'd like to speak on behalf of Rabbi Mendel Slavin and his wife, Sippi. Speak little, but do much is a famous Jewish proverb from the book Ethics of Our Father. On behalf of the Chabad of San Clemente Jewish Center, we want to take a moment to give gratitude to Mr. Gene James for his service and support to our community. From the beginning of his involvement with the city, Gene has shown friendship and kindness to us. Gene helped us solve a problem with a homeless person living on the street that was constantly harassing our congregation. He's shown true love and care to the Jewish tradition and people and has made us feel safe and secure in an age of anti-Semitism and hatred. We will miss him a lot. Now to the presentation. May I have the next slide? I recently came across an article on the front page of the New York Times, the front page. It was entitled, "The Homeless Man Who Was Once Mayor. As his city prospered, he fell through the cracks of society." It sheds light on the struggles and challenges faced by the homeless and highlights the need for effective solutions. The entire article is published at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. Patrons, permits, patrolling. My approach, patrons. First, each homeless person must identify someone who will take responsibility for their care. This could be a family member, resident, or organization. Permits. Any person or organization wishing to assist the homeless with food or other forms of care must obtain a permit. This could be conditioned upon shelter and sustenance being provided by their own private party, not a public place maintained by taxpayers. This will ensure that the homeless receive adequate care while minimizing the burden to the community. Patrolling. Finally, careful patrolling of the homeless must be outsourced to a company specializing in this area. Continuous patrolling of the homeless in San Clemente is in the best interest of that person or people, and by seeking the least oversight, the homeless may choose to look elsewhere. Finally, I appreciate Gene James' work and convictions throughout his life.
Thank
His
you, sir.
career in criminal justice.
Sir, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We can see it on the screen, though. Thank you. Sorry, yeah, I mean, just to let everybody know, we have to follow the rule of 3 minutes to be fair to everyone, so.
Okay, motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
Anybody want a second? Second. Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor?
Aye.
That's unanimous. Well, and first, does anyone want to agendize anything for immediate consideration? No? Hearing none? Okay, thank you.
Staff communications? And consent calendar, we don't have any items pulled from the public. Does the council wish to pull any items?
Okay, anyone want to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I'd move to approve the consent calendar.
Second?
Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Consent calendar is approved.
Okay. Next up is public hearings. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. First public hearing we have to...
Before we do the first public hearing, sorry, City Clerk, could we take a 5-minute break? We've just been going for a little bit. Just, does that sound good? Sure. Okay. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene the meeting. Thank you, City Clerk. We're all teed up for our first public hearing, and as I was saying, Captain Christian, please keep Rick Loeffler from that light switch. He's getting a little close again, so, okay. All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Weed abatement 2023, order to abate nuisances by having weeds, rubbish, and refuse removed from vacant and unoccupied developed properties and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under sections 15301, 15308, and 15321 of the CEQA guidelines.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. I've got a short presentation for you on this item tonight. This is the second meeting of our weed abatement program for the year. The first was back in March, where the City Council adopted a resolution declaring weeds and rubbish nuisances on vacant and unoccupied structured properties. After that resolution was adopted, our weed abatement contractor sent out notices on April 1st to all properties on the vacant lot list, indicating that May 15th was the date by when these lots needed to be cleared. This item before you is to direct staff to abate the nuisances that remain after May 15th. Typically, most of these properties are cleared by their own property owners. Any properties that are not cleared, our weed abatement contractor will go in and clear. One additional note, at the March meeting, the council requested that staff look into opportunities to streamline the weed abatement process instead of doing it through a resolution every year. Staff has looked into state code, and it does allow for an ordinance-based process. We are investigating that process currently, and over the next coming months, we will provide an update to the City Council on ways that we can streamline our weed abatement process to make it more automatic through our code. With that, staff's recommendation is to hold the public hearing and adopt resolution number 2323. I am available for any questions, and we also do have our weed abatement contractor if there are any specific questions about the program.
City Clerk, should I open the public hearing?
You can open the public hearing. We do not have any speaker cards for this item.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and thank you for that. Any questions for staff or discussion?
I have a few questions just about the expected nature of the danger this year because of the record rainfall that we've had this year. I know that when I go out and look at the bushes that are out there and the weeds, just everywhere, they're maybe 3 times as tall as they normally are. Does that create an additional urgency to getting this stuff done, or what's can you just address that issue? What you've seen this year? Am I just imagining? Are they taller, and do we need a greater urgency this year than we have in years past?
So the weed abatement program covers a few things, one of which is requiring property owners to clear their own vacant parcels. But to answer your question specifically, yes, during large rain events, we do anticipate we'll call it a more thorough weed abatement program afterwards. There are a lot of properties that include a lot of native vegetation, some of which could be considered weeds on vacant properties. This program does not cover every single inch of open area around the city, but as part of the weed abatement budget, we do have money that we use to address areas of defensible space concerns that the Orange County Fire Authority has. So we work with their wildland preservation folks, or the wildland interface prevention staff, to identify areas of additional fire concern, and the city will take care of those properties as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Any other questions for staff? No? Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve weed abatement 2023 as
recommended by staff?
recommended by staff, yes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Enmeyer. We don't need to read it because it's a resolution.
Correct.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Next public hearing is code amendment, introduction of an ordinance concerning a local vendor preference.
Do we have a staff
Is there a
presentation?
staff report?
Oh,
You just want to, okay.
Okay. Then-
And there are no speakers, but if you'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I will open the public hearing.
Okay.
And close the public hearing.
And I'll read the ordinance into the record. Introduce ordinance number 1750 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending and replacing San Clemente Municipal Code Title III Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.40, Section 3.40.030 relating to a local vendor preference.
All right, would anybody like to move the ordinance?
I'll move the ordinance.
Second.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, it's 4-0.
Okay, next public hearing is Richard T. Steed Memorial Park Baron Von Willard Dog Park Master Plan Update, certification of initial study, and adoption of mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the project.
Hi, Samantha.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Before you this evening is the consideration of adopting a master plan update to the Richard T. Steed Memorial Park and Baron Von Willard Master Plan, as well as consideration for reviewing the initial study and adopting the mitigated negative declaration connected to the CEQA findings as well. I have a brief presentation this evening that should give a little bit of an overview of the park, where we've been, and where this master plan is taking us, and what it looks like from funding and a cost analysis for the future. So with that, I will jump right in. This is the historical design of Steed Park. Steed Park's been around for many decades in San Clemente. This is our previous master plan adopted in 2002, and I know it's a little small on your screen, but you can see in 2002, the want was additional softball fields. There's two softball fields plus a small practice field, and a roller hockey rink, the skate park that exists there today, as well as ample parking, another access road in, and then it was really, there was a want to create kind of a memorial plaza, really in honor of Steed Park, if you will. So that's what you see. This is the plan as it exists today, and what we're looking at tonight is to update this plan and bring it up to what the community needs are based on our findings and our survey results. So here's our community survey. This process started back in really 2018 when we adopted our Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan as a whole. From that plan, we were directed as a city and staff to move forward with updating some of our site-specific plans. One of the top plans to update was Steed Park because it has a number of undeveloped acres that still exist today. So we set off and kind of kicked off a master plan update for 5 parks. Steed Park is the one that that we're focused on this evening, really because there's a lot of potential in that site, and that includes the prioritization of pickleball as well. So that's why this park is ahead of the other 4 master plans. So we worked with SWA, our landscape architect consulting firm, to create a community survey. You can see this is a kind of captures the results specific to Steed Park, that we had 73% residents, 713 responses, which is a really incredible survey response. Typically, these surveys are, they're anywhere between 200 to 300 responses. So I know staff and the consultant were really thrilled with this outcome as well. You can see these are the top wants for Steed Park specifically, the top 3 being restrooms, skateboard features, and pickleball courts. So given this data, there was also a number of community workshops that we held. I want to say that we kicked off this process in 2021, so there was still some restrictions in place related to COVID-19. So we had virtual meetings, we did hold on-site public workshops, we held a meeting at the community center as well, and then the BPR Commission also reviewed this plan. So these are the results of the community survey. I'm going to move quickly into our current amenities as we're looking to, we look to update our plan. We also want to focus on what we currently have and what can be retooled or improved upon. So this is an aerial of the park. As you can see, there's four softball fields, baseball fields. There's a playground located adjacent to the concession building in the middle of the baseball fields. There's a skate park on the lower left. There is an off-leash dog park. There's a small and a large side, and that's to the upper left of the, kind of just down below the softball fields at the end of La Pata. Those are off-leash dog parks. And then we do have a trailhead off of the skate park area that leads into the Rancho San Clemente Ridgeline Trail as well. To the left, you'll see we have a significantly large amount of undeveloped land, as well as just below the skate park also. So we looked at that in this process and determined what would be the best fit based on the community survey, based on findings from our 2018 master plan, and taking all those things into consideration. The proposed updates, and they're in your packet as well, so if you need to get a closer look at it. I'm going to do some highlights, and then we'll kind of focus in on the different hubs also. Expanded skateboard hub. We have a mountain bike hub, activity meadows, which is really meant to be a multi-purpose field for any type of field sport. A pickleball court plaza, off-leash dog parks that are improved and in better condition. We also have sand volleyball courts, an outdoor classroom that's really meant to be a flexible space for recreation programming, potentially rentals and events. A scenic overlook that looks into the hillside of San Clemente, which it is really an incredible view on the backside of Steed Park. And then there was a really significant want to connect these pathways into our existing trail systems as well. There's also a recommendation to expand the parking lot with an additional 100 parking spots. And then throughout the park, we would include picnic areas and shade structures. Focusing in a little bit on the skate park hub, this is some concept imagery that our consultant put together. Skateboarding is synonymous with San Clemente. We have some incredible athletes in town that are world-renowned skateboarders, and the community has said that skateboarding is important. Let's expand our skate park. So this is an expansion adjacent to the skate park. We would incorporate potentially different styles of skateboarding. Right now, our existing skate park is pretty much for little kids. It doesn't really accommodate some of our older skateboarders who might be more adept at using a skateboard. So this would expand that into something that could look like this. So this is La Pata on your left, as you can see, and this really takes over the entire undeveloped area adjacent to the skate park. It could potentially make it a really world-class skate facility with potentially some really cool skate art features, palm tree groves, and it could essentially be in line with something like you see at Etnies Skate Park that really attracts an incredible amount of talent. So this is the skate park hub. Moving into the mountain bike hub. The proposed area for this is actually where the existing dog park is. Right now, if the council and the public's not aware, there is a trailhead down there that's a world-class trailhead, and we see a lot of bicyclists come through there every day. It's packed on the weekends, and this was a surprising result of our survey that this was a pump track. The proposal includes converting the existing dog park into, the large dog park would be a dirt pump track. The smaller dog park would be an asphalt pump track. We would improve our trailhead signage and also install a restroom facility in that area to, again, meet that recreational need that has not been met so far in San Clemente. And there's not a facility like this even in the area. And we do know that we have a really active mountain biking community in San Clemente as well. So this is kind of a highlight of that, as you can see here. And then I'll shift our focus up to the pickleball area, which on the master plan proposed for you tonight is in the undeveloped area. This proposes right now 16 pickleball courts. I know that council's given us the direction to bring back what could potentially be up to 24, and we'll address that at our next meeting. That's our intention at this point. This also incorporates a plaza area with restrooms, shade structures, and then the potential for some type of championship-style court. And then I'll focus now back to our baseball hub. So we have 4 existing fields. It's got a concession building with restrooms. We need to do some minor improvements within the baseball park. That includes the installation of foul ball netting. We'd like to update the scoreboards. Right now, there are no scoreboards there. They were not replaced a number of years ago after they became in disrepair. So that there's a want to replace that. And then this was before, but there was a recommendation to upgrade lighting. We've already upgraded our lighting. That's the great news. That project has been completed as of winter or January of this year. And then the other hub is what we're calling the recreation hubs, if you will. That includes the multipurpose field for soccer, the activity meadows, that indoor-outdoor classroom space, active trails, picnic areas, and the off-leash dog park. Each of these, I feel, are pretty self-explanatory. This would also be the volleyball courts. And a quick note on that, based on the plan, there's an option to either do 4 sand volleyball courts or focus in on flexible outdoor programming. And the outdoor-indoor classroom is not necessarily a building, but it's the concept of a coverage structure that would allow classes to go on even in a rainy season. One of the things Recreation learned through 2020 and 2021 is people actually love being outdoors in San Clemente. We've really changed a lot of our recreation classes and their formats to be outdoors, including our piano classes, our science classes, and our instructors have really taken to that. So our hope is to provide some more space in that sense as well. We did a full environmental study on this, and we worked with Ultra Systems Environmental. I do have our consultant here if there's any questions specific to the environmental findings. But right now, this evening, staff is recommending council approve the initial study and adopt the mitigated negative declaration related to these findings. And again, this is all in the staff report, and I know it's a very lengthy environmental report as well. The want would be any mitigation measures related to those that are less than a significant impact would be incorporated through our construction phase also. Cost and funding opportunities, this is a breakdown, it's in your report. In summary, it's about $15 million. This breaks it down by hub. By no means is there, adopting the master plan this evening does not automatically mean that we're going to be funding every single one of these. Funding with master plans is intended to come down the line. Our first step in making these improvements is adopting the plan, and then we can look at strategies going forward and prioritizing what we should fund out the gate versus what can be done over the next 5 to 10 years. A couple notes, the recreation hub actually encompasses the pickleball component, and so that also includes the activity meadows and all of those things that I mentioned. So that is a big number, but it does have different facets that we can break down. From a funding strategy, we can talk about fundraising events. We can go corporate sponsorships. We can talk about grants. There's a lot of opportunities once we adopt a master plan for staff to go out and begin seeking funding areas. The want would be to work with the Friends of San Clemente Foundation to come up with fundraising events very similar to how we did with Vista Hermosa, and really create those kind of community crowdsourcing fundraiser opportunities. And we would look to partner with the Friends on that, and then come up with naming rights and anything that might come alongside a funding opportunity. Next steps from here, we would want to evaluate the project's priorities, or the priority projects. We would incorporate any of those projects into our future CIP program, that up to 6 years ahead of ourselves here, just so we can gauge where our funding should be prioritized. Again, coinciding with developing fundraising projects, we would work with the Friends of San Clemente Foundation to also look at the estimated value of each of these amenities, and create sponsorship packages that we could go out and circulate through the kind of that corporate chain, and also seek grants, whether that's through state or federal park grants, or potentially other nonprofit foundations. There's a lot of, whether that's the Tony Hawk Foundation does skateboarding, there's a lot of different foundations that also support these specific projects. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Nova.
This council's kind of made a priority of finding a location for the pickleball courts. Can you tell us about the timing of the proposed courts, number of units, again, the timing and cost?
Yeah, so we're prioritizing right now building 8, and working with the city manager, we're also looking to quickly expedite 8 temporary courts at the Steed Park location, even ahead of when we can start actual construction. So as I mentioned, we'll bring a report back to the council at the next meeting, but we're hoping to really kick that off in the next 60 days or so with construction.
When you say kick it off in the next 60 days, do you mean construction or contracting or further analysis?
Great question. So we've been sourcing out some bids and different contractors to figure out the best way to do it. Obviously, this council knows we have to go through the right approval process and make sure we're not, if that's an RFP or whatever it may be. I think we've found a really good solution to that. I don't want to share too much now, because I think we need to tie up all of the loose ends that we have, but we are prepared for the May 16th meeting to bring that back.
So it sounds like you are keeping the priority that we've
Absolutely.
multiple times identified. Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Samantha?
No.
All
Mayor,
right.
we do have some public comments.
Okay, we're going to open public hearing.
First comment is Vern West, followed by David Browning and Steve Larson, followed by AQ.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name is Vern West. I'm a 42-year resident of San Clemente, and I am an 85-year-old pickleball player. I am not here for me. By the time this is funded, constructed, available to go, I'll probably be over my pickleball life. I'm here for my kids, your kids, my grandkids, and since my first presentation to the City Council 4 years ago, my great-granddaughter. I'm just here to support you and recommend that you adopt the master plan and we get this going for our future children. It looks like I'm a Lone Ranger tonight. I don't see any red shirts out there. We're trying to...
There's one over there.
Is this one? Oh, welcome. We're trying to tone this down, but we want to keep it going. We're keeping an eye on you, on the Parks and Rec. We want this for San Clemente and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, council members, thank you for your time tonight. I am David Browning. This is Steve Larson. I am the acting and former president of Orange County Mountain Bike Association. We're both here because we have been watching this project through both of our terms. Orange County Mountain Bike represents about 7,000 subscribers in the Orange County region, certainly a number of which are riders here in San Clemente. And our primary agenda in our roles in leadership of that group is to find places to ride. Therefore, as you can anticipate, we're somewhat in support of the progression of the master plan for the Steed Memorial Park. and specifically interested in the MTB Hub, or did I say the MTB Hub? OCMTBA. We are interested in the Mountain Bike Hub. That's what MTB stands for. We believe that the Mountain Bike Hub demonstrates the city's ongoing commitment to outdoor recreation. It's very much a leadership position in our experience in the cities across Orange County. It's a fantastic place to, as Samantha referenced, access the trail systems beyond the park. It brings a great opportunity for health and fitness within the facility itself. It's a great place for family time. We see parents who want to bring their kids. They are able to come in and do safe development of skills within the bike parks. We're also interested in seeing the development of our next generation of membership. So this is with the BMX pump track and with the paved section. Here we can bring kids in, teach them how to ride. They'll be our mountain bikers for the next generation. So we're going to go way shorter than 3 minutes, but we wanted to say thank you for your leadership as the council promoting this, what may actually be the first city-supported pump track and BMX park in Orange County. We do recommend that you proceed with approval, as Samantha has requested, and we will be here to support the deployment of this project when it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can't wait to see it happen. It's been a little bit longer than that coming. I started about 2015 with previous city councilman Chris Ham, who happened to be a active mountain biker. He put me in touch with, at the time, Assistant City Manager Eric Sund, who I believe became the city manager. And unfortunately, at that time, we didn't get quite enough public support of it. So we put out a lot of public comments to our subscribers saying, hey, if you want something like that, you need to make your voice heard. So what you saw on Samantha's presentation is we had like 71% of people saying they wanted something like this. They do want it. I'm glad it's going to happen. Thank you very much.
We look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
AQ followed by Linda Williams.
I'm wearing red just because it was just something that I first grabbed. Okay. I think the important question that needs to be asked is, how was the notice availability made public for review? Someone just said that it's important for their voice to be heard, but I think it's equally important, or more important, to have an access to be able to make public comments when this notice of availability, the notice of availability came out. Director Samantha Wiley made an announcement at the Las Beaches Parks and Recreation that the public comment time had terminated, had ended 2 days prior. And some of the, of course, the Beaches Parks and Recreation Committee were unaware of that. So I'm concerned about certain things that are not being done according to law. So I'm really concerned about that. And I know there was a survey but that's a survey, and we need to talk about the notice availability, about going through the proper channels. We have a concerned resident who has brought this forward, who had consistently spoke regarding moving the pickleball courts from San Gregorio to Steed Park. And that was the priority. But now it's snowballed to this other, to having a BMX bike, for sand volleyball courts, establish a multi-use indoor and outdoor building to allow for large events, rental and flexible recreation class and camping programs, build a lookout space, expand the parking lot, additional 100 parking spaces. Where was the parking study on this environmental study? There wasn't. And so, and there was another additional parking from city-owned lot adjacent to the animal shelter off of Benita Fabricante. What about more green space for the dogs that can walk and be available to walk about there and for exercise? So I'm really concerned about this. The cost is $15 million. And here we are with Casa Romantica, and it's, God forbid, we lose that. But I think the priority is right now, focus on pickleball courts and then Casa Romantica. The other things can wait. And, this is about governance, this is about transparency, and I'm really concerned why there was no notification to the public for review to submit their public comments, because as you know, I would have done that as well as other many residents.
Thank you for your comment.
Linda Williams?
Hi, Linda Williams, also supporting pickleball. But I do use all of the outdoor space there at Steed Park. And I know the master plan that we've been talking about updating the master plans for our parks for a while. It didn't even before the pickleball got prioritized. So I get that. But anyway, I use the trails. I use that trail where all the bikers go down. I walk my dogs down that trail. I'm glad we're prioritizing the dog parks because my dogs are not happy with the dog park. I have a large dog, and they go to that dog park and go, really, Mom? This is not a dog park. So we just go right past the dog park and walk the trails, but we do come back in there and water them at the end. So I'm happy about that. Obviously, pickleball courts. We're really excited to have more pickleball courts so more of us can play whenever time is available. So I'm happy to prioritize that. Restrooms are a good thing too, and the parking lot. I've used all of those things. I did not go into the skateball park. I haven't played baseball over there, but I know there's a lot of kids there. I'm going to be around for another 50 years playing pickleball, so it's going to be me out there.
Thank you.
And that is all I have for public comments on this item.
Sorry, I have a public comment card.
I don't have a card from you.
I gave it to you.
No, we have not closed the public hearing. We just want to make sure there's no other cards up there. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. First, addressing the CEQA. I'm still waiting for a response to explain why the BP&R commissioners and you, the council, were not advised that Steed Park CEQA had been completed until after the time to raise questions or concerns had expired. Why would this happen? Secondly, page 2 on the report that you have been given states, quote, at its February 14th, 2023 meeting, the commission reviewed the conceptual plan update to confirm the prior findings with the understanding that the proposed findings from the environmental review recommended a mitigated negative declaration as sufficient for this project, end quote. I don't even know what that means, okay? But I attended the meeting when the director asked her commissioners to vote that they agree that the previous commission approved the 5-park master plan. Now, why would the new commissioners that had nothing to do with it be asked to vote on it? It makes no sense. Also, as to their approving the CEQA, they had never seen it and were unaware that it was completed. So there was no vote or approval by the Beaches Parks Commission on the CEQA. Now, I attended both the Brown Act training and the FPPC Ethics Law and Principles training that the city provided. I'm no expert, and correct me if I'm wrong. When staff submits a report to council that contains false or misleading information, have they committed a violation? I suspect they have, but I'm waiting for my response. The report you have just received contains untruths. For an example, on page 3 it lists, quote, establish a multi-use indoor-outdoor building to allow for large events, rentals, and flexible recreation class and camp programming. That has never been presented to the BP&R commissioners. I confirmed tonight with someone who was there at the time on the commission who has never heard of putting a building out there. That's just one example of the false information that you have been given tonight. So, is it not unreasonable to expect all staff to be honest and ethical and realize that all residents' safety and quality of life are its top priority? I am so pleased that our new city manager has exemplified this as a top priority. Why do I care? Because my quality of life, my peaceful enjoyment of my home, my health is still being negatively affected by
All right, your time is up.
improper pickleball.
Your time is up. Thank you.
No additional comments.
No additional comments. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. And any discussion, additional questions for staff?
Go ahead. I have a couple quick questions. I just want to make sure, I want to ask about you mentioned the conversion of the off-leash park to the BMX entrance type facility. Explain that conversion. Is it the off-leash park is not being eliminated in that location, it's being expanded, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So we're actually going to relocate the off-leash park inside of the actual, closer to the baseball fields, essentially. That's the recommendation.
Okay. And I just was curious, the last public speaker mentioned a building structure. Was that included anywhere in the?
No, I
CEQA
I
report?
apologize if it's unclear. It's not intended to be a building. It's meant to be, almost a picnic shelter, if you will, but with a roof-type structure that gives some coverage in a rainstorm. So it's not intended to have four walls at all. It's meant to be a flexible space called we're coining it a flexible indoor-outdoor space, almost like you would see somebody has a patio on their backyard, a pergola, something like that, where maybe there's a fan underneath it, but it's outdoors, really. 4 posts, if you will.
I just wanted to ask about the dog park, but I have a dog. We like to go to the dog park. There's no grass in the current dog park area. What's are the plans there for the dog park?
I think that's the number one comment we get. So I'm glad you answered or asked that to me. So the dog park, the actual layout of the new dog park would again be something that we look for the actual finite design at some point. And there's a lot of different surfaces that you can use in a dog park. You see wood chips, you see grass, you see dirt. We know that grass is preferred. Grass comes with some other maintenance issues. It's hard to keep green grass alive with dogs running around. But there are options out there for dog park surfacing, and that would be something we venture into at a future phase. Once we decide, hey, we're ready to build the dog park, let's talk about what it actually looks like. This is really a higher level look at the whole plan in and of itself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cabral.
A couple of questions. This is obviously all a plan, all right? Nothing executable at this point in time. But you did mention earlier that there are several other parks that you've prioritized this one. When are we going to get details on the other parks, and what's your time frame for that? And I guess my biggest concern is how do we look at, you say it should be at this park, but if we're looking at this park independently of another park, how do we know that it should be here and not another park? Because, how do you weigh all that stuff in your analysis?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Cabral. So the other 4 parks, I'll answer that part first. We were looking at San Luis Rey Park, which is the south side of town. We were looking at Bonita Canyon Park, next to the Boys and Girls Club. Linda Lane Park, obviously down by Linda Lane Beach, and then San Gregorio Park. So those were the other 4 that were included in this original master plan update. We peeled off Steed Park as a priority once we understood very clearly that pickleball was a priority, and pickleball really was going to be established firmly at Steed Park. That was going to be the bigger footprint in the long run. And because we needed to do our environmental analysis, and those can be costly, so we decided let's focus all of our attention to Steed Park, prioritize that, and that's where we landed with Steed Park right now.
Okay.
The other 4 park sites, staff is requesting some funding support in the upcoming budget to finalize the environmental on the other 4 parks. parks. And once we get through the environmental analysis of those sites, we would bring again, similar like we did tonight, that whole package back to council to again approve the concepts, not committing anything financially or from a funding standpoint, just the concepts.
Yeah, but to my point is if we're looking at them as different projects, you know, if we're saying, let's say the dog park, let's say our analysis, well, it actually should be at this other park, not this park. How did you make that decision that this is where it goes, or any of the other activities that we've decided to
Sure,
to put into
it
this
goes to
plan?
park equity, if you will. So a really good question as well. When we look at a whole park system, we want to make sure that we're not just focusing our attention of one activity into one specific portion of San Clemente, which a lot of our, the dog park's a good example of that. We only have one dog park in town. We've heard for many years that people want more dog parks. We have dog owners in Southside San Clemente just like we do over in Rancho San Clemente. So the proposed plans highlight all of that. I think our overall, these 5 park updates really looked to improve our park system by spreading out those activities. A dog park is a proposal in another site that we're looking at as well. So we looked at all of that.
All right, thank you.
Two questions. Maybe first one is the environmental piece. I'm not sure if this is for our consultant, but some questions about CEQA. Any issues with how the CEQA was conducted here that we should be concerned with?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Betsy Lindsay with Ultra Systems Environmental. The CEQA document itself, as you can tell, it was pretty robust. There were only certain issues that we felt that would have the potential to be significant, but with mitigation measures, they came down to less than significant. So that's biological resources, cultural, geology and soils, noise, and tribal. So those were the only issues.
Okay. And is that pretty standard for a park of this size?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually worked on La Plata Park, so it's similar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing to be concerned of in terms of the environmental at this point?
No, and I also want to let you know for noticing, we actually went above and beyond what's required by state law. So we notified all the homeowners, residents within 500 feet of the park site, the entire boundary. We posted on site. It was also, the entire initial study was posted on the city's website. And we also went to the state clearinghouse, which is not required by state law for a project like this, but we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate
you're
that very
welcome.
much. And then Samantha, final question here. Knowing that this is sort of a high-level conceptual view, so when do we make the final determinations about whether and which one of these different options we're going to be implementing? When would that be in the process?
So because of the way the design is kind of landing, it's a little bit of Tetris. So if we're looking at pickleball right now, and you'll notice that as council's approved the design phase of the pickleball area, we're actually going to be proposing that we shift the pickleball site closer to the parking lot, because that's going to save on some costs up front. That way we don't have to build a huge pathway all the way to the backside of the undeveloped area. So if we're looking at pickleball as a priority, and then things could fall into place after that, I know that there's a want for mountain biking, and I'll give that example because, as soon as, if we get a corporate sponsorship for that hub, and I know that there's a lot of interest in that, well, that's gonna have to move the dog park, if you will, so we'll have to address that as well. So the goal would be through the CIP process to say, we see this coming up next year, we're going to get funding for the pump track area, we're going to need to allocate funding now for the dog park. I think these are all aside from pickleball, something like the skate park expansion, that I think is going to take a lot. We're going to need to talk about some type of sponsorship or naming rights for that facility, because that's an expensive build out. So that would be staff's plan. We're focused on pickleball right now. I've heard in my communications with different community groups and community members that there's a couple other things that are going to fall into place. But if council has specific wants to look at immediately, pickleball first and then what comes second, I'm happy to entertain that this evening, and so we can get that moving. That's kind of our plan at this
Okay,
point.
but normally you'd be coming back to the CIP process, we'd be setting
Yes.
priorities there.
Yes.
We may be putting certain things ahead of other things, moving
Yes.
some things farther back in the process. So, but you're going to be coming back to us for final approval on all of that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, any motions?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 23-24 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, certifying an initial study, adopting a mitigated negative declaration, and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Richard T. Steed Memorial Park Baron von Willard Dog Park Master Plan Update, and two, that we adopt Resolution 23-25 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting the Richard T. Steed Memorial Park Master Plan, making a finding of compliance with the San Clemente Centennial General Plan, and amending Resolution number 03-32.
Second.
Okay. Motion is Nobach, second is Enmeyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's passed, 4-0.
Okay, next item on the agenda is approval of a First Amendment to the Professional Consultant Services Agreement with Precision Civil Engineering, Inc. for the Housing Element Rezoning Program.
Good evening, Mayor Duncan and council members. My name is Sarah Toma. I'm the senior planner with the Planning Division. This is a continued item from the last council meeting. I'm just going to do a quick summary of the staff report. So this is a contract amendment for planning services to assist staff with the implementation of the Housing Element Rezoning Program to maintain compliance of the city's certified housing element. The original $50,000 contract agreement signed by the interim city manager served to begin the work at the end of last year to meet the state mandated deadline of October 2022. And this amendment will capture the remaining scope of work of the contract for the amount of $54,000 and not to exceed $104,000. The project is funded from two different sources, the general fund and $90,000 from the state local early action plan, which is also known as a LEAP grant. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you for your work and coming back with a better proposal. I didn't mean to give you a hard time last time, but we were just trying to figure out what really happened in that whole process, and I appreciate what you've done. I don't know if there's any other discussion.
Anybody have any other questions? We've all had the opportunity to get a briefing from the city manager,
Mayor
understand
Duncan,
more.
I'm sorry, before you make a vote, we do have one speaker card.
Okay, yeah, and I just make the point too, yeah, that we got more clarity on sort of how this developed and how important it is to our housing element, but.
And I also want to compliment our management on sticking to the original contract and not automatically or easily bending over to the suggestion that we need a change order. So thank you, management.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Okay. Yeah, do we have a comment?
Yes, one comment. Lois McNichol?
Yeah, hi, this will be short and sweet. I noticed that we have all this money, $50,000, to pay for a consultant for our housing element, and yet we sit here and talk about how it's too costly for an election that would represent the will of the residents of San Clemente to get another city council member.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
No additional comments.
I will move to approve the first.
You don't have to read it. You just,
Okay.
You can just say staff recommendation. Yeah.
Well, the First Amendment to the Professional Consultant Services contract.
Yeah.
Second.
So but the staff recommendation,
The staff
one and two?
recommendation, yes.
Yeah, okay. Motion is Cabral, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, passes.
Next item on the agenda, consideration of park lease agreement for mini golf facility, Vista Hermosa Sports Park Lease Land.
I'm not going to read it all.
Now for the fun stuff.
You're back?
She's back.
All right.
Long walk.
Where's the mini golf guy from the last meeting?
They're back there.
Is he here? No, I know they are, but we had a big mini golf proponent at the last meeting, if you remember.
So I'm sorry, that was a very long walk. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director. This is an item that we're really looking for council's approval to go forward with working with what I'll call the applicant, if you will, or the group that submitted a proposal for the development of a mini golf facility at the existing lease land in Vista Hermosa. The staff report kind of captures some of the history behind this, but I'll kind of briefly reiterate that. On the screen here, you can see there's an aerial, and the red line outline is actually the designated lease area within the existing Vista Hermosa Sports Park Master Plan. The one to the right of that is the pink space is actually what is, so it's a little bit more finite for you. Context, right next to that, the green square, if you will, is the, we'll call that the solar panel area that it exists today. So for this evening, we went through an RFP process based on the discussions with the prior city manager and a want to consider continuing executing the full master plan for Vista Hermosa Sports Park. So we went through an RFP. We got one submittal from Salty Turf LLC. They met all the requirements of the RFP, and staff feel that what they're proposing meets the wants and the needs for this specific area, which is again just leased land. Tonight, we wouldn't be really considering any type of terms or even rent rates, but the want will be to go after what is market value. This is, again, leased land within the park property, and at this point, we're just executing what is in the master plan. So I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, or if there's any more want for history and background as well. I'm happy to provide that.
Any questions for Samantha?
Yeah, one question here. I know that any given Saturday, parking there is really tough. And I'm curious, is there any parking component planning on being added in with this new facility?
So, not right now, but I will say that the want for this facility, I know, and it would logically, you would think, well, they're going to start parking in front of the soccer fields. The want would actually be for the entrance to be behind Courtney's Sandcastle, behind the Aquatic Center. There's a trail that goes up around the park. So there would be a want to actually have the cars park in the main parking lot, which there is a pretty good amount of parking stalls left towards the back of the lot. The park was designed originally to house something like this. That was part of the original master plan. So by that standard, there should be enough parking, but we will, certainly part of this process the applicant would have to go through the environmental study and all of that as well to make sure that's up to date and meets the standards of today. So that would be kind of fact finding in the future.
Then my only other concern was that there was only one respondent to the RFP. Could you speak to that at all on?
Yeah, so we posted the RFP on Planet Bids, which is a standard. We use that for all of our bidding. We noticed the kind of recreation services, the section of that Planet Bids area. That was all we got. And we're not required to come with any type of minimum proposal response. So it's kind of where we land. I will say we also have had interest in the past, and those groups, I think I've heard from at least 1 to 2 groups every year for the last 5 or 6 years, and those groups did not come back. So we've heard it, and we're just not getting anything in return.
My one other concern here, in the previous presentation, you listed all the things that people wanted in their park facilities and, biking paths and dog parks, everything. I didn't see anywhere on there for mini golf. And I know this decision was made before I was on council, but what sort of drove this? Is this something that was community driven? Is this something that was just decided by a council, or where did this idea spawn from?
So I think this is an idea that, again, started back even in 2006 and continued through 2013 or 14. Mini golf, for full transparency, did not come up as a top want within our Parks Master Plan update that we just did. But it's also not a typical amenity that you would include in a Parks Master Plan. It's typically a private area that does mini golf. That's not a typical public park activity that you would see. So, it's tough to say that, yes, there's a strong desire for this and a strong want. I guess, for the council's consideration tonight is, do we want to just leave the leased land as is undeveloped, or do we want to continue to pursue developing it with the opportunity to now start to recoup some revenue and bring that back in? Otherwise, it is undeveloped, and so then we would look to, it's going to sit undeveloped, and I don't know when we would ever develop in the future, given the number of priorities, whether it's for parks projects or other city projects. So, no, we don't have specific data that says mini golf is a top priority, but I think it's something that the community many years ago was supportive of. They liked the idea of it. I think it spoke to multi-generational usage and gave an opportunity for our middle schoolers, our teenagers, to do something that's safe and contained in a park space on a Friday evening, but also something that maybe some of our retired or senior citizens could do during the day as well.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that you mentioned prior efforts in miniature golf. 18 years ago, there was a local organization, local individual that wanted to build a miniature golf course, and this council gave him permission to go forward, but he wasn't able to pull the resources together, apparently, to get the job done after several years of efforts. But miniature golf, in my opinion, is an activity that is going to be popular. I think 50 years ago, 55 years ago, Putt Putt Golf Course was a national franchise that had courses in just about every city in America, and that has waned. But I think in San Clemente right now, we're looking for outdoor activities for our kids. We've got the beaches, we've got the parks, we've got the mountains. But this kind of an activity, I think, is a unique fit for our community. I think the location's right. The local organization, I think, is a right fit, and I think it's something we should pursue. So I'm supportive of moving forward.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. The issue I have right now is, and it's only because I don't know what happened in the past. I wasn't here on the city council. Is this the only commercial space that we have in that park? Or is there other, can anything in that's undeveloped be turned commercial?
So council could amend the master plan at any time to say we want to designate this area as leased land, going through the proper process, of course, looking at any type of environmental requirement or anything like that. But right now, this is the designated leased land within Vista Hermosa Sports Park. We don't have any other land like this in any of our parks, so it's very unique to this space.
So it is certainly a unique space. When we did the RFP for this, was it any use? Did we bid any use, or did we let people know that anything that they wanted to do on this land for commercial use would be acceptable? or how did we put that RFP out?
Yeah, so it was for the public recreation services operated by a private company. So meaning this can't be something that's club only. It has to be something that anybody could drop into and use from a public standpoint. We didn't put them in a box. It wasn't, you didn't have to be mini golf, you didn't have to be a wave pool. It could be anything
Yeah.
that you wanted,
Yeah.
as long as it would be an amenity open to the public. Of course, there will be a nominal fee for entry, but not something that would be, exclusive access, if you will. So that was really the makeup of the RFP, but it was intended for public recreation.
And I understand, there's food facilities there that's proposed, and do we have any other food facilities nearby, or is there any restrictions on how that's developed or played out?
Yeah, it's something I've spoken to Salty Turf a little bit about, and we're hoping to dive a little bit deeper into that if council elects for the staff to go forward with this tonight. Certainly, food and beverage is always a great thing to have within a mini golf facility or any recreation facility. We don't have anything on site right now at Hermosa. If you take your kids there on the weekend for a soccer game, you're buying out of the AYSO snack bar or the Little League snack bar. So there is a want to look a little bit deeper into what food and beverage service could look like. We're not talking alcohol or anything like that. I know the previous plan did have alcohol. That is not the want at this point. It's really focused on mini golf and really creating a family-friendly environment. And food and beverage would certainly match that.
So all the city wouldn't be responsible for any of the costs or taxes or development or liability? This would all be on them
That's
and
correct.
paying a commercial rate for the lease of the land?
Yep, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
I assume Salty Turf has got a comment?
We do have a few speaker cards.
We'll let them maybe speak for themselves.
Rick Leffler? Oh, did I interrupt?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Rick Leffler, followed by Jeff Moore, followed by Marcus Vanaman.
Yeah, Rick Leffler, San Clemente Parks, Recreation, Beaches Foundation. And a few weeks ago, Jeff, Marcus, they came to our meeting because we're involved in park development and put this project out. And at first, I was very excited because I thought there was going to be a windmill and a big clown mouth and all that. They tempered my excitement with the fact that that's not really what this project is. It's a couple of courses, one more challenging than the other, more like kind of, well, they'll be able to tell you, but more like a small golf course kind of thing, pitch and putt or whatever, but still looks very, very exciting. These guys are great. They're business owners, family members in the community, and they're the demographic in our city, really. And I don't want to speak for them again, but we talked a little bit, and I don't think they were planning on making $1 million off of this. I think their motivation was really to put more activities in the city that are family-oriented and that you can do with your family, that you can do with your kids. And what a great idea. They also hinted the fact there might be some opportunities to do some events or whatever, to partner with the city or the Beaches and Parks Foundation to do some fundraising or something like that. Also, the number one thing is that there is going to be some income from this. It's not just vacant land, and it's giving back in a great way. Also, he talked about the concession stand. I think they showed us a mock-up, and it was going to be a Ole Hansen-style architecture snack stand, kind of cool thing. So, I don't know. The guys are very, very impressive. And like I say, they're not here to come into the city and make a bunch of money. I think they're hoping that they will make enough money to cover it, but I think their major motivation is to have just a great location, a great activity that we can all enjoy. So I strongly support it. I'm speaking for the Friends Foundation, and I think we wrote a letter that's in your packet somewhere that we all support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff Moore?
Do you want me to save us a little bit of time? I've got my two business partners here as well. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jeff Moore. I'm a lifelong resident of San Clemente, 39 years. I wrote some notes down here, so to be respectful of the time, I'm going to get to them pretty quickly here. I'm a homeowner here in San Clemente as well. I am one of the developers for the miniature golf course, and it's something that we are very, very excited about. Like I said, we live in the community, we coach in the community, we love San Clemente truly with all our heart. And as Rick had mentioned, it's not a big moneymaker. It's something that we care more about developing for the city of San Clemente, and we feel like it's a huge win. Again, just here to articulate my thoughts about the project and, a little bit more about what I've done and developed in San Clemente. I'm just coming off the heels of a 2-story restaurant on Del Mar, so definitely familiar with the process and can absolutely stick it out, and we've got the funds, and we're definitely ready to go. And we feel like this is a great fit, and again, a little bit about it not being the clown's mouth. That's definitely not what we're doing. Not a gimmicky miniature golf course. We're more hyper-focused on the local attractions that San Clemente has, such as like the T Street Bridge and maybe a thing where the ball disappears onto train tracks, and again, the Western White House, and just super, super hyper-local. So we hope that you guys give us your support and we can further this project. And that's it on my time. I'm going to pass it off to one of my partners, Marcus, or if you have a card and you want to call it out next, that's up to you. Thank you.
Excuse me, Marcus Vanneman?
Yeah, I'll keep my part of it short. Just super excited, as Jeff mentioned, we're going to be building something that's pretty unique. If you've seen some of the Tiger Woods stuff that's being built in Florida and Scottsdale that are more like a, again, shrunken down golf course, but still challenging. But really kind of looking at how the park looks and the feel of it and keeping it all within that kind of outdoor, natural feel. So I think this is going to be a really fun thing. I'm kind of the business side of it. Been a business owner for 30 years. And just, again, I think, we're not looking to make $1 million or millions of dollars, but I do think it'll be a viable project and do pretty well for the city, for the community and everything else. So I don't really have much to add. I'll hand it off to Andrew. I'm sure you guys have questions.
Yeah, and I'm Andrew. I also am part of the program. The team here obviously did a great job explaining what we're doing, but we're very much supportive of everything the Beach and Park and Rec are doing. We like the master plan. We've always liked that. We want to see those things and amenities as part of San Clemente. We have family here. We want to bring that family into that community and have people be together. I think that's just super important. It's something we see here, we love here. That's why we live here. So we see that. We really want to be part of that. We see this as something that is viable. We see this as something that we should be able to bring for the entire lease time, and we really want to be part of all of those successes that are all part of the park and also seeing the rest of that master plan built out. So you see that in proposal. I think again, team's done a great job in bringing all that here tonight. So very much looking forward to the next step. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, any further cards?
No additional speakers.
Any discussion, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion is Noblock, second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Next item on the agenda, consideration of wastewater sewer utility cost of service study and scheduling of a public hearing on sewer rates.
You're not going to raise people's rates, are you, Jay?
We'll cover that as part of the presentation. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jake Ron. I'm the Financial Services Officer for the City of San Clemente. I'm presenting the results of the wastewater sewer cost of service study, which was initiated in 2019, and Ralph Tellis was engaged to prepare the study to determine the amounts required to fund sewer and wastewater operations. Just a quick little agenda. We're going to have the introduction and background, financial plan, wastewater rates, customer bill impacts, and the next steps. What is a rate study? And here's just some of the key information that was considered as part of the rate study. Again, we have covering operations and maintenance, covering infrastructure investment, making sure the rates are legally defensible, and it promotes utility financial viability over the long term, and community values and fairness and equity. Why would we do a wastewater rate study? Again, the key thing is the sewer fund is a separate fund. It's an enterprise fund, and we charge user fees to cover the costs of the sewer fund. And there's a couple of little highlights related to that. I'm going to focus a little bit, why are we proposing wastewater rate increase? I'm going to focus on the first 3 bullet points. Again, the last wastewater rate study was completed in 2013. The last rate increase was implemented in 2016. Obviously, we've experienced inflation since 2016, and flows have changed dramatically over the time frame. They've actually decreased by 24%, as you can see there. Again, we have investments that are needed from a capital perspective, which kind of goes into the next 3 bullet points. There's the historic wastewater rate adjustments. Again, we haven't done any rate changes in the last 6 years, and that's what the rate changes look like previously. The financial plan. The financial plan projects costs and determines revenue levels to fund the sewer costs, both operational and capital. The operational costs, again, there's a quick little snapshot of the operational costs that are anticipated for the next 5 years. We have the administration, wastewater collection, wastewater treatment, and those are our operating expenditures. This does not include any capital-related costs. And just to cover some of the wastewater assets, we have the city wastewater assets, and you can think about it as, I'll call it 2 distinct things. We have basically the pipes and the pump stations to move the flow, and then we also have the wastewater treatment plant, which again was built, I want to say it's about a 40-year-old facility. So we're coming up on a time frame where we've been doing more investments, capital investments into those. You might have, if you look back at the past couple of budgets, you'll notice some sluice gate improvements or digester improvements, more things at the treatment plant that are being replaced. And then we have the big ocean outfall, which goes out into the ocean. So that's our capital portion. Basically, the wastewater revenue funds your reserves. The wastewater reserve targets, typically, it's about 16%. Ours is 12% of operating expenses, so about 1 million. Capital reserve, about 2% of the asset value. And there are over $100 million worth of assets out there from the sewer capacity. A big portion of those, again, pipelines and the wastewater treatment facility. So this is a quick snapshot of what the reserves look like without revenue increases. The yellow on the bottom kind of highlights, I'll call it the net cash flow. So essentially, we're kind of going negative on cash flow over the years, which folds into the second graph, and it shows a depletion of the operating and capital. You can see the operating reserves, or the capital reserves, we won't be in compliance based on that 2%. Ours is a little bit higher. In 2024, and then in 2025, we'll actually be dipping below the operational reserves. One thing we wanted to provide council is 2 options for proposed revenue adjustments. Option 1, we tried to keep it a little bit more flat line and equal over the 5-year period, and that would equate to about a 34% increase over the 5-year period. The option 2 is, again, we haven't raised rates in 6 years, so kind of going a little bit stronger from the onset and decreasing the rate increases over time over the 5-year period, and that would equate to about 30% over the 5-year period. And if you include the 6-year period where we didn't increase rates, you can see the 30% over, I'll call it effectively 11 years, would be a relatively small increase. And again, we kicked it off in 2019. Some of the effects that we dealt with were during the pandemic, staffing, and just getting this to the finish line and getting it before council. This is the projected reserve balances with the revenue adjustments. You can see the yellow goes down dramatically, not as much yellow. We still do have a little bit of yellow, so again, we got a little bit of net cash flow going out, but on the second, that flows into we are depleting reserves at a lower rate, and although we're not building reserves, we are kind of maintaining reserves. We're still under from a capital perspective, but hopefully grants or other actions will help supplement those into the future. And now we'll kind of go through the current and proposed rates. Before we got into those, we wanted to kind of give a quick little snapshot of the wastewater customer composition. Again, a vast majority of the customers are single family, representing over about 81%, and the meter size are 1%. So again, you can't really do increases without affecting, I'll call it those two categories, either the 1% or the single family. So these are our current rates. And it's basically broken into two different components. You have the fixed and the volumetric, or what we call the commodity. The fixed is cover the base costs of operation. The volumetric is more related to the increased flows and to cover increased operating costs or variable costs related to the operation of the treatment plant and the pipelines. So those are our current rates. The proposed changes, again, that we're focusing on the fixed component at this point. One of the things considered as part of the rate study is to look at AWWA hydraulic capacity factors. I know that's a little technical, but basically it's capacity and the impacts on the flows and operation. And again, this is just the fixed component and is only a portion of the charge. Some of the proposed changes, we have the current wastewater rates are based on historic estimated sewer flows. So again, we were looking at sewer flows, how they compare, what the estimated sewer use is, and we compared those estimated sewer flows to the actual treatment plant. It wasn't me doing it. Again, we hired a consultant, which was Ralph Tellis, to go through and help us through this process. One of the considerations is changing the estimated bill flows. So in simple terms, and we'll get this on a later slide, and it looks, you're going from 90% down to 75% and then 90% down to 85%. So there was a little bit of a change in the volumetric thing. Also, the flows for the bill, the current bill, were based on October through March, whereas the new flows are going to be based on the lowest 2 months, which is typically February and March timeframe. So people will actually probably be billed for lower flows. However, that kind of is compounded. Rates will go up based on those anticipated flows, and we'll get into that on some of the following slides. So the fiscal year 2023 proposed monthly service charges. Again, here's what the rates are under option 1 and option 2. And then option 1 and option 2 for the variable or commodity rates. So you can see the impacts. We don't have one comparing the current and that because we're providing the two different options, but we'll be going into, I'll call it what bills will like and the impacts on, I'll call it a typical bill. So average single family residential bill impact. Again, 1% of meters are about 99.8% of single family residential meters. The average current or the single family bill impact will vary with use, and this is kind of the next two bullet points are the ones where I was talking about it. There's going to be a change in the number of units that are billed. Essentially right now on the current it would be 9 units. The revised billing switching to that 75% would equate to a 5-unit bill. But again, that was partially compensated by increasing the rate per unit. The meter size, again, current bill for option 1 would be $36.78, and it would be $40.44, dollar increase of $3.66. If we were to select option 2, it would be going up by the $4.60 for the initial increase. The average multifamily residential bill impacts for a duplex, which is 1 inch typically, and 12 apartment unit complex, which is 2 inch typically. Again, we kind of broke it out per apartment, and the current bill, the proposed bill, and the impacts from a dollar perspective on those, and the impact per apartment on those. And again, we have option 1 and option 2 on those. The average bill impacts by strength and meter size. This is where we get a little bit more into the commercial and the 1 inch and 2 inch meters. You can see the dollar difference on the 1 inch is it changes based on the customer size, but when you get down to the 2 inch, one thing I do want to point out is the 2 inch, the number of customers are a much smaller customer base. You're really talking, I think it was about 400 meters from what I saw out of the 16,700, or about 2 to 3% of total customers. So it's decreasing, and that's primarily based on that fixed meter charge and the change in hydraulic flows related to that. So here's option 1, the 5-year rates that would be impacted. And just a quick little snapshot, I'll let you take a look there. And again, the top is the fixed portion. The bottom would be the volumetric or the commodity rates associated. That's option 1. Option 2, this would be the 5-year rates. Again, fixed portion is on the top and the volumetric rates are down below. And then the fun question that always comes up, how do we compare to neighboring sewer bills or other facilities or other operators? Again, we have Irvine Ranch, Molten Miguel, and Trabuco Canyon. Those would be 1, 2, and 3. We're better than some of the surrounding ones. Again, Santa Margarita, Oceanside, Laguna, South Coast. And there's always reasons for differences in what bills are. Some get property tax, some have more of a hilly terrain. So we're actually in the 4th place, both with option 1 and option 2. And you can see it's slightly higher than Irvine Ranch, Molten Miguel, and Trabuco Canyon. I know Irvine Ranch and Molten Miguel receive property taxes to help offset some of their costs. And with that, we have the next steps. We would ask for approval of staff recommendations, but it's approving the rate structure and authorize the completion of the cost of service study and direct staff to proceed with the public hearing notice. And the public hearing would be planned for July 18th. And attached to the report is the staff recommendations. Our recommendation is for option 2. Again, we've been experiencing some costs from Cypress Shores, and those costs have built up. So we're trying to offset some of those costs and maintain a positive operating position on a go-forward basis in a little bit more of an expedient manner. So with that, I'm available to address any questions that you might have.
We'll take questions, but first, option 2 is the one with the big amount in the beginning and then less later, okay?
Yeah, and it would start with over a 9% increase initially, but it would decrease to the 4.5% at the end.
Anyone want to go first?
I'll go first, yeah. I'm trying to figure out, because I know option 2, the one you're proposing, I like that one the best, but it does start with a bigger increase, and then it decreases every year, almost by, what, 5%?
Yeah, it goes from the 9.5 down to
When I look at the
4.5.
numbers up there on the cost, they don't seem to align with a big increase and then a decrease, and I'm trying to reconcile that.
Okay. Again, it's based on from where we're trying to get the percentages and the revenue increase. So sometimes the increases aren't necessarily, I'll call it more of a total revenue increase, not necessarily per individual customer. So this is how we're trying to balance. We're trying to get 9.5% worth of revenues increased. So that's how we're getting to it. It's just a different composition of how those are made up.
And that option 2 translates or pencils out into 30%,
It would be 30% over the 5-year period,
which is less than option one.
which is less than option one.
And that's because of the magic of taking all that money up front?
Yeah,
is that-
some
I'm
of the
just
money
trying
up
to
front,
figure-
and then also not depleting reserves in as quick a fashion initially, so it gives you a chance to earn a little bit more interest and other
So we're
factors
we're
related to
taking, we're
that,
creating
so.
a reserve, have more money, get more interest off of that, so it
Yeah,
pencils out over
there's a
there.
lot of components to
I got it
that,
now.
so.
All right. That's all.
Other comments? So this has been in the works for a while.
Yeah, since 2019, I believe Raftellus was brought on in 2019, and then Dave and I have been working with them on and off during the pandemic, and we're just trying to get things wrapped up, and we've met with them probably like about 8 times, and then things were so sidelined because of the pandemic, we actually kind of had to go through it again and kind of recast the numbers a little bit, just because of the time involved.
But this is necessary to ensure the long-term stabilization and performance, I guess, of our wastewater system.
Yeah, and like I said, it's kind of a factor. We didn't increase rates for 6 years. We were able to offset some of the cost increases by entering into the Santa Margarita Water District Agreement, which helped supplement some of our operational costs. In addition, we took other cost savings measures. You might remember from the electricity standpoint, we brought down some of our electricity costs, and we made some other operational changes out in the utilities area, so we were able to do it. 2019 was the timeframe we needed to get this going, so I would say we were probably about a year or two behind where we wanted to be because of the pandemic. So a little bit of its catch up, and then again, an 11-year period, or a 6-year period where we didn't increase rates, so.
And given that usage, I guess, has gone down, then people aren't going to see that big of a jump as they would have if they, I guess, if that usage had continued.
That's correct, because what you run into is some of the fixed costs have to be covered, but again, some of it's variable, and you just need to maintain the assets to keep things going, so.
Okay. All right, any motions? Yeah.
I have one more question, yeah. Just how this applies to single-family house. It's priced for single-family house on one, but how do you deal with ADU?
Again, that would be factored in, you have the meter size, so if the meter size is changed because of the addition of an ADU, the meter size would increase. An ADU, again, we're basing it, so that would be the fixed component.
Would it be 2?
And then you have the volumetric component, so if they have an ADU and there's a higher usage, it would factor into a higher cost on the commodity. Because the reason that we're trying to utilize the 2 lowest month is we're trying to exclude, I'll call it, outside usage, primarily for landscape. So you're trying to figure out what is really going down the sewer and bill based on that component.
But
So
we don't require or have 2 meters on these homes, or it's not possible, or?
I would say it probably depends on how the development is built, whether they have a separate meter. I mean, I don't know if they could set up a separate meter. They might have a sub-meter. I know some places, they have sub-meters to do it.
Okay.
So it
Thank
just
you.
depends.
I understand that I think it's the Santa Margarita Water District has a 6-month pilot program in place right now, so their wastewater treatment where they generate electricity from the sludge, burn it on site, generate electricity, eliminate the costs of removing the sludge. Have we, and I know Dave Riesendorf is our utilities director, is aware of that technology. Have we considered that in any way in potentially implementing that new technology to reduce our wastewater costs?
I believe it's been looked at. I don't think anything's been formalized. Again, Dave would probably be the better person to answer that question from an operational standpoint. But I know it would, again, be more capital that would be required or a capital investment that would need to be required in order to accommodate that.
So it's probably too preliminary to be
Yes.
included in this analysis?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Motion?
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation for the consideration of wastewater sewer utility cost of service study and scheduling of a public hearing on sewer rates.
Do we want to do option 1, option 2?
Well, the recommendation is, in there is option 2.
Yes, second.
Okay. Motion is Capral, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. One opposed is no block.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda, update on coastal administrator position.
Mayor and Council, I wanted to report back to you, we had a chance to meet with the coastal administrator for the city of Oceanside. I had a chance to go over there with Councilmember Cabral, and she was very helpful in helping us define what her role is and then refine our job description for what we will be looking for in a coastal engineer. The council has asked us to make sure that this is a priority in the upcoming budget. It will be sure to include that in the upcoming budget. But I will certainly turn the time over to Councilmember Cabral, who is with me, to give his impressions of some of the things we should be looking for in that position.
Well, this is not it's a recommendation of our committee, Mark and I, who are keen on having a position within the city that's dedicated to these coastal issues. It's an issue, I think, that for years has been neglected, and I think the model that's used by the city of Oceanside and what we learned there from that person, I think, was valuable. I think Mark and I had we were covering different subjects at the time and covered all the bases. The other was our meeting with the city of Imperial Beach representative that did similar thing. I thought that was valuable. I forgot to mention that. But we just want to make sure that this issue stays front and center and that we continue pushing as quickly as we can to get this position created and advertised, and eventually we'll budget for it, hopefully, and it'll be approved by this council. But I think that these preliminary steps are what we needed to do, and I wanted to keep it in the mind of the public. Let the public know that we haven't forgot about, none of us on this committee have forgotten about the importance of our beaches and our continuing effort to make sure that we have the best beaches here in San Clemente.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, to that end, as you know, it does take some time to recruit for a position. We believe that this position certainly can be accommodated in the upcoming budget. We are very close to having a finalized job description, and perhaps with the support of the council, we would like to start at least doing some recruiting and maybe some outreach, because again, if we were to begin to recruit this position now, it would probably be several months before that position would be on board, and it would be after the new budget would be adopted. So if the council wants us to move more quickly, we would want to start the recruiting process now to be concluded as closely after the July 1 implementation of the new budget as possible. With the new sand replenishment project and other things coming up, it's going to be important to get that position on board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, agreed. Now, this is not a position we've budgeted before. How are we making this work, with the budget, with revenues and expenditures?
Yeah, for the past several weeks, I've been working with Jake on the budget and what that looks like. Again, with the council priorities, we are very confident that we'll be able to fund this position and still provide you with a balanced budget. We will provide you with a balanced budget, and we'll include this position.
Okay.
So we have a host of unfilled positions that they'll fill the gap and clearly make up for it, yeah. I'm in favor of the staff recommendation, ready to make a motion if that's appropriate.
Mayor Duncan, we do have one speaker card before you.
Okay, let's hear that public comment.
Lois McNichol.
Again, I will be brief, but now we have money for a position that is going to cost, I don't know, but probably at least $90,000, $100,000 a year, but we don't have money for an election to preserve the rights of the citizens of San Clemente to fill the position of that Gene James so aptly did.
All right, thank you. Motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. That's unanimous.
Okay, next up is oral communications part 2, and we do have 3 speaker cards. We'll start with concerned resident, followed by Rick Loeffler, followed by Tony Rubelino.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully it came through okay. Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, how long have I been coming here to discuss the unsafe conditions on Via San Gregorio? Way too long. Slide 1. This was 4 days ago, not 4 years ago, 4 days ago, when the city decided to put the entrance on to San G off of Via San Gregorio versus Vaquero. The commitment was that a maximum 2 or 3 times a year, the park may overflow onto the residential streets, and that only because of a special event permit. I checked with the city. No special event permit. Video 1, please. Some staff want you to believe that there's families that have a sidewalk available to them. Fortunately, our city manager took the time from his incredibly busy schedule to meet me on Via San Gregorio. I believe he is now capable to let you know that there's no way a family can get into San Gregorio Park when it's overpacked safely. Was that the video? Did you play the video?
Yeah.
Okay, third video. So, why is this getting worse instead of better? Video, please. Video, please. This is why. Is the video working? This is why. Staff did not take into any consideration or analysis of the parking that putting 8 pickleball courts in this community park, not a regional park, was going to create. So, what can we do? Can we please give our city manager total authority to resolve this issue? He has several suggestions. And I know that he is very interested in working with the commissioner who is causing the overflow because of her management of the park activities in getting her commitment, but he has great ideas. I request that you give him authority to handle it and not have to come to you to resolve these unsafe conditions, which you said are number one priority, safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Council. I just want to bring up a couple of things. I know you probably all know about them, but maybe the public doesn't know. Just had, by the way, the most dangerous job on a police department. People think it must be SWAT or must be defusing bombs, but the most dangerous job on the police department is motor officer, by far. Never would even dream of doing that job. And was it today, Captain? Today, we had one of our motor officers, Deputy Roberts, if you've had a chance to meet him, one of the nicest guys in the world, involved in traffic enforcement and had a collision. The good news is it appears he's going to be okay. But anyway, I think our thoughts and prayers should go with him. Also, last week we had a a call at the ranch market, I think it was either Thursday or Friday, I just happened to be in the neighborhood, had a huge police response there. Our units, units from neighboring cities, obviously, fire department was there, the helicopter. Original call was a 415 or a man with a gun. They got the guy in custody. It turned out to be an airsoft gun, thank goodness, but you don't know that when you're responding. But the response was tremendous. It really was impressive. And the last thing, we have our local deputies. We have a new deputy that's working for us now. He's a trainee, but he has numerous years at Signal Hill before he came down here. And we always look at the big things that happen, like the ranch market and the chases and all this. And sometimes we take for granted the fact that sometimes the small stuff is just as impressive. Deputy Taylor was doing some enforcement downtown, or not downtown. I'm not sure exactly where. I won't even say where it is. But anyways, doing some municipal code enforcement, and he had an individual split from him while he was trying to do some enforcement action. Took off on a skateboard, and Deputy Taylor, like I know some people think when you have minor things, they just watch him go by and shrug their shoulders. He chased this guy down on the skateboard, took him into custody, and finished his enforcement activity. And since he ran, the guy went to jail. So it's a good reminder for people, you know, when they're dealing with officers or deputies, no matter how minor the thing is, you do what you're told, and it's all going to be fine. If you don't, there are ramifications, and I'm proud that our deputies take even the minor things that they do seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Tony Rubolino.
Council, last time you had discussed Duncan's use of city funds in order to pay for his trip to DC, and that you would ask for the unredacted emails. I would love to have an update on that. It is not an issue that the city has forgotten about it, that people involved in enforcement of council accountability really appreciate that you are pushing for that. The minute that Duncan used personal email with a hyperlink to his assembly campaign to communicate about a trip to DC on taxpayer dime, that should be instant nullification of city funds for that trip. He should pay back the funds to the city coffers. Don't let this slip by. This is a moment to shine and hold him accountable. Next, I also want to talk about Duncan's use of social media. He has slammed our Assemblywoman Davies multiple times, and I'm sure you've seen the coverage. He has avoided Councilman Cabral's coverage and efforts to get the word out about Casa Romantica. And also, Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch, during the last slide, he just about neglected until it was pointed out that you were there at the press conference as well. This is somebody who is out for media attention to publicize his assembly campaign. He's trying to capitalize on these moments at the cost of San Clementians. Don't let this go by either. You need to hold him accountable for that as well. Regarding your comments earlier on a special election versus an appointment, there's obviously going to be some back and forth. We're not sure how this is going to go, but rest assured, I have reason to believe that I heard audio today taken out in the community that the fascist women of South Orange County are already conducting interviews to see who they're going to propose as a candidate to run on their campaign. So I would definitely encourage you to get an alignment going. I'm asking for Councilman Cabral and Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch to work as a team. The people that you represent, the voters of San Clemente, are conservative-minded. We are safety-oriented. We don't appreciate the efforts to suppress free speech or all the other nonsense that Duncan and Onmeyer have introduced into the city. We know that we are one vote away from permanent supportive housing. We know that Southwest is being targeted, and the two of you are the roadblock and the third vote to make sure that this doesn't happen. So we're asking for you to work as a team and protect the San Clemente citizens and the city. Thank you.
All right, any further comments?
That is it for oral
Okay.
communications, so moving on to future agenda items.
Anybody have any future agenda items to?
Yeah, I actually have a couple. One, I would love to see an update on our trolley line. And where we're at on that? What's the plan? Can we get a continuation of that through summer? Is that a possibility at all?
Yeah, I definitely support that.
Okay.
Do we want a third for staff report? Yeah.
I'll give it a third for staff report.
The other thing I'm wondering about is public portable restrooms. We have an issue of sanitation going on in our city that I think needs to be addressed. And to see if there's a possibility of getting some more around town so that we can address that issue. Is that something I could get a second on, just to see if this is a possibility at all?
What's the context?
So a lot of it, two things. One of our discussions, I was actually talking with homeless residents, and they were saying how one of the things that they would love is just a place to do their business and in privacy. The other issue is that I am on the opposite side. I see tons of emails talking about public defecation and urination. And this seems like a small step to address that situation.
Go ahead.
I think this was raised by Donna Vadrine at one of our last meetings. I guess we're not here to discuss it, but my view is, there's a lot of public facilities throughout San Clemente, at the parks, on the beaches, and I just don't see any way that we could head down that course. I won't be seconding it.
Let's see if more information comes in on that over time.
Okay. And then the third one would be on Project Homeward Bound, which has done a lot to get homeless off of the streets and give them homes, or not give them homes, but to get them to their original homes. We've seen some success with that. Our community outreach has, over the last month, worked to, just in the last month, get 11 home street exits, and part of that is getting them home. I'm wondering if we can see if there's more that can be done to promote Homeward Bound with our community liaisons, with our community outreach, and also with our Human Affairs Committee.
Is that something that you'd like the Human Affairs Committee to look at, that we would send over to them potentially to review and see if there's other more effective ways to
Yes.
expand that program?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. Any interest?
No.
No? Okay, well, I'll second it. But let's see. Do we need a third to provide direction for a commission to review an item, City Attorney?
So this is items for future agendas?
Yeah.
So you need 2 to put it on the agenda and 3
Okay, so
for a
we'll
staff
we'll
report.
discuss it and we'll see if we have support to,
Correct,
okay, but there'll be no staff report. Okay.
correct.
That's all.
Any other items for future agenda?
I think, Victor, do you want to address the security, agendizing the security
Yes,
issue?
yeah, we could do that. Steve and I would like to put the private security issue on the next agenda. Steve and I were directed to interview, I think, 2 firms. We ended up interviewing 4 of them, all of them extraordinarily qualified, all of them with a different experience level, all of them with great credentials. We hope to come up with a recommendation and then finalize over this next week a proposal that would come back to the city for final approval of one of those committees. And so I'd like to agendize that private security effort that we've undertaken, including the proposed recipient of a contract.
Okay.
I'll second that for agendization.
I would think you need a staff report that you're looking.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I'll support
yeah,
that as well. Yeah, so you're looking for this to come at the next meeting?
At the next
You're ready
meeting.
for the next
Yeah,
meeting?
we'll be
Okay.
ready, yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll support that. Yeah. Any other items? Okay. I don't think we have any more.
Okay, next up is just a brief report, a brief update. To notify council of the resignation of Angeline Johnson from the Human Affairs Committee. Angeline is moving out of the city, so can no longer serve on the Human Affairs Committee. We are actively recruiting at this time for all commissions and committees, so with council's direction, we can just seek to solicit applications to fill the remainder of Ms. Johnson's term and interview and appoint applicants at the already scheduled meetings, June 4th, 5th, and 6th.
All right, that sound good to everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Staff recommendation.
Lump it in with everything else? Okay, who wants to motion?
She moving to Wyoming, is that? where she-
I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, all right, motion is Cabral. Second is Noblack. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Council subcommittee updates?
Any more from the subcommittees that you're
Yeah,
on?
yeah, I'll give a report for Mark and I on the Beach Coast Subcommittee. We held two separate meetings, one of them with the Coastal Commission and I'm forgetting the name right now, it's late in the evening, but the bottom line was that we have serious concerns about, and let me find my notes here before I go on, because I wanted to give a full report on this, and I got caught off guard. We met with two different committees, the Army Corps of Engineers and the Coastal Commission. What we learned, I've already reported on earlier, is that the Coastal Commission, in terms of our project, we were trying to get a little bit more leadway into what could be done, how we could change or modify that, and what we heard again today is you can't change even a comma in the proposal. So one of the efforts that we were trying to address as our committee was how do we expand this? That's a dead end. We also learned from the Coastal Commission at the meeting that they have concerns about the way we've been addressing the beaches, and that the OCTA has been addressing the riffraff. They confirmed that a lot of what was done there on the beach was not approved by them, and that there is remediation, hopefully, in the future. They obviously haven't yet decided what that remediation would be, but I think that's hopeful because we're looking at what we can do to encourage OCTA to remediate some of the damage that's been caused, or we think has been caused by the riffraff that have been placed on our beaches. So that was one of the meetings. The second meeting we had, again, we went out with, unless you want to report on it,
Yeah, last Thursday, the Coastal Commission, we actually got to meet with the executive director of the Coastal Commission, who oversees all of California, and it was really productive. We got to give her a tour of the areas of San Clemente, and we started off down at the shores, and as we're down there, we get the word of what's happening in Casa Romantica. So it was great to show her, as well as her staff, both the issue that we're facing down in Southside San Clemente, as well as right then and there, the issue that we're facing at Casa Romantica, as well as bluff erosion throughout. And I think we got a really warm reception from her, and sympathetic to what we're facing here. And I think we can find some real common ground for partnership with them and working with them.
And I would only add to that, they were excited to be here. It wasn't just the new executive director, it was pretty much the top 3, 4 people in the Coastal Commission in California that range from San Francisco down, I think, to San Diego. So it was a good meeting. Again, just to reemphasize what Mark said, when we took them over to the Casa Romantica, it was insightful for them because they saw what they do every day on paper in real life. And I think as a result of that, they have a real investment in what's happening in Casa Romantica. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think what we've heard is that they've reached out to city management and said, look, we're interested, we might do a little to help if we can, which is all good and positive. But those were 2 of the activities that we had with our beach erosion committee, and we're on that. We're not losing track of that. To us, it's one of the most important issues here in San Clemente, along with the staff that can relieve some of the work that we're doing, because it really should be staff that's doing that.
I'm curious, did your subcommittee discuss the possible trucking in of sand like Newport Beach does? Was that part of your conversation at all? I'm just curious.
We did discuss that a little bit, and that was, and in fact, someone came to us with a recommendation of a company or place to look at to dump sand temporarily, because apparently there's a lot of sand that excess sand, but you can't put it on the beach. You need to grade it, find out where all of the where you might be able to put it, get the permits. But someone came to me with a location where they're actually dumping sand, I won't say anything more than that, and storing it until it can be used.
San Gregorio, perhaps?
San Gregorio, yeah. On the pickleball courts.
Did your subcommittee hear from any conscientious public servants about a rainbow plan? No?
We not tonight, no.
All right.
Anything else on that one, Victor?
No, yeah.
Just to say, with the homeless subcommittee, we've been having some really productive discussions with members from everywhere across the community, hearing their input, hearing their ideas. What I love about so many people meeting together on this is that we can come into those meetings with a lot of passionate ideas, but still listen to each other and hear one another, and that's been really encouraging as we make progress on what would be the best path to approach homelessness in our city. And there's lots of different approaches, and we're listening to all of them. So I'm encouraged about that, and looking forward to seeing how we progress on it.
Any other subcommittees? Okay.
No subcommittees.
Any individual council member reports?
I have 2 things.
All right.
One is, I'm attending, I think it's the Cal Cities conference starting tomorrow. I'm not the representative, I'm the alternate, but I am going to attend that as alternate. It begins this tomorrow, and I will be attending that just to make the council aware of it. It's been in the works, it's been approved, the tickets were bought months and months ago. But I just want to make the council aware of that.
Is this subject to the new travel policy, or?
It was completed before the new travel policy. It's been
Yes.
quite a while.
Yeah, I was scheduled to attend that, and my schedule prevented me from attending. It's a SCAG meeting in the desert.
Palm Desert, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring it to the
Thank
council.
you.
I don't know if we need approval now. It's, the money has been expended, I think, already, and I'm just substituting in. The second thing that hasn't been mentioned is the Cinco de Mayo, the city event on Saturday at Maxburg Park for the community. It's Maxburg Park, and the Hispanic community that have lived in that area since the beginning of San Clemente. We've traditionally held the Cinco de Mayo event. I hope people join, are out there and celebrate the culture, and we hope to see you there.
Cool. Let's look forward to a report next meeting about it. Yeah.
Another great event was last Saturday, the Family Fest, and that was really a wonderful opportunity and all sorts of mental health awareness things going on, and just a great community event. My daughter got to go down all the different slides that they had. It was fantastic, and so a great opportunity, and when we have it again in the future, I encourage our citizens to go. It was well-attended and well put on, so.
I just want to make one quick comment, too, about our homeless subcommittee. I think one of the stars of the subcommittee is Deputy Garcia, who is from both in her performance at the committee and her insight and her knowledge, but also the effort that she's having and the impact she's having out at North Beach. I think she's doing an extraordinary job out there, and along with all the other deputies that are out there, but I think she's the point on that, and I think she deserves some acknowledgement for the outstanding effort she's had and the effort she's made to change North Beach. That's it.
All right. Well, I guess we mentioned too, we're at the Lifeguard Foundation event that hosted by Stance, which was really awesome because we had the winner of the Eddie Aikau Big Wave contest and a past winner, Greg Long, who's from San Clemente, and Leyland Connolly from Orange County Register, who's in the Orange County Surfers Hall of Fame. So really fantastic event, a lot of families there, great opportunity to raise funds for the Lifeguard Foundation, which of course is really important to our city. So that was awesome as well.
And the fire department. The fire department.
Oh, and the OCFA Best and Bravest, yeah.
That was great.
We went to that event too, Councilmember Cabral and Councilmember Enmeyer and I'm on the board there. Really, really cool to see firefighters get recognition for all the great things they do. Lots of awards.
Amazing things they do there.
Yeah, amazing things, yeah. Lots of recognition, fun event that we were able to get to, so. Thanks to the city for getting us a table there. Any other events that we went to? There's a lot going on. Okay, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything to report tonight. Just a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
All right, glad to have you. Thanks, Elizabeth. Nothing from the city manager, okay. Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead and read the.
The next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on May 16th, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
All right, and we have a second?
Second.
All right, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
See you then.